we're good.
Welcome everyone to Dungeons and Magi, where we roll dice, drink beer or whatever liquor suits our fancy, and we play Dungeons and Dragons. Tonight we're doing a little things different, as my dad always used to say. Today is actually Meresh's, aka our lovely DM's birthday. So he, as a birthday gift, we decided let's just do a one-off where he can be a player tonight instead of being a DM. Because we always know a forever DM's best birthday present is to be a player in a campaign. So tonight we are going to partake in one of the runoffs we've run in the past. So without further ado, let us begin. So 5 years have passed since the last events have taken place in Fardassa. King Meresh is considered one of the best kings that they've ever had in the land. Mainly just because Meresh, he doesn't really want much. He just, he rules. He's pretty simplistic in his rulings, and so he's pretty upfront. If something's wrong, he'll tell you about it. If something's right, he'll put it into law. Meresh is not one to beat around the bush. However, 5 years in the 5 years has passed, the Scarlett Brigade have also grown in number and in size. Various races and various skills have come to him and wanting to join the Scarlet Brigade, and some have been accepted into the ranks. Others have been turned aside, seeking to venture elsewhere. So, Meresh, one morning you get waken up by a loud knock at your door, as followed by a not too familiar voice, but you recognize it as the voice of one of your human pages. Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
What do you want?
There is a person that requested your presence.
I'll speak to them in like 2 hours.
Your Majesty, they're pretty insistent.
Fine. I'll meet them by the throne.
Do you want me to get Jarden and Lucious for you?
Yes, have them meet me in the throne room.
As your Majesty commands. And with that, you hear patter off down the hall.
And Meresh will get up and he'll put on his style hasn't changed much, even becoming king. He wears these almost like a older style, like the shorts, but they have like the fur almost skirt in front, typical barbarian style. He wears sandals, and he has crossed buckles with shoulder pads on, and that are fur covered. And now that he is king, he actually added, instead of a full crown, he actually wears a circlet around his head that is actually made of platinum and not gold. So he's got the circlet, and he takes his large sword and takes his axe and actually hits the button, and it goes down into a smaller, and he puts it on his hip, and he swipes his pint of ale, makes sure his cup's full as he walks into the throne room.
So as you walk into the throne room, Lucious and Jarden have taken their positions on either side of the throne, kind of giving you their perceptions that they're kind of like helping advise with like any choices of like any new recruits, or even just like giving you messages throughout like the day to day of what's going on in your kingdom. Scattered in this large throne room, you see various like dukes and counts and countesses and duchesses, like kind of spread out throughout the courtroom. But once they see you, they all stop what they're doing. They bow very graciously at your approach as you walk into the throne room, and they do not stand fully back up until you are sitting comfortably, not just sitting down, but sitting comfortably on your throne.
Jarden kind of looks over at the king and a side glances like, nice to see you, your majesty.
It's way too early.
It's noon.
I know. I was up until I don't know. I was up drinking a lot.
Jarden mutters to himself, well, says no.
And he just takes a huge glug of his ale.
And at this, you recognize the page that banged on your door earlier. It's a young human male, probably like early 20s, probably like 21, 22, somewhere around in that area. Short brown hair, wearing kind of just plain clothes. He stands before you and he says, your guest, sire. And he bows, gives you like a quick, polite bow, and then he turns to his left and holds his hand out open to the new figure walking into the room. And Velana, if you could describe your character, please.
Okay. So walking in, you see she's about 5'5", is a drow, actually. She's got like middle gray toned skin. She's got long white hair. She's wearing armor that has a symbol of the same kind of longsword that she has on her side. And weirdly enough, she also has a harp, or a lyre, actually, sorry, on her other hip. And she walks in. She gives a deep bow, gets down on like one knee to bow to him, and only stands back up once she's been down for a second.
Stand up, stand up.
Greetings, King. I am here because I am on. It's called the Run, from the Church of Elistray. I am here to do great duties for justice, and to prove to the world that my people are not all followers of the disgusting Queen Wolf, and that we can do some kindness for the world, and I would like to offer my services to you in your kingdom.
He kind of looks this new person up and down. He knows Drow. He's seen Drow plenty, and knowing their history, you say the Church of Elistray. In what role do you serve if you were to join the Scarlett Brigade?
I am a Dark Lady of Elistray, so mainly a cleric, but I also have capabilities to an extent of sword play, and I would be able to play music and make merry.
I tell you what, if you can get 2 hits on me before I get 4 hits on you, then you can join.
All right. Is this physical or magical?
Physical. You said you're a swordsman.
Indeed I am.
And he stands up and he pulls out the axe and hits it on the edge of the throne, and the axe extends to a great axe. And
all right.
And he kind of spins it in his hand.
Velana pulls out her long sword and holds it with both hands and holds it in front of her.
And with that, Meresh, Velana, roll initiative.
Yeah. Ugh. 9.
I got a 17.
All right, you're first.
All right. So I'm going to briefly.
And you're roughly about the distance from where Meresh is standing to where Velana is. You're about 20 feet.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna run to him. Then I'm gonna very briefly, she's gonna bow, and kind of like an apology to everybody for hitting a king. But she's gonna swing to hit. Does an 18 hit?
That is my armor class.
All right, and I'm doing this two-handed, so it is for 11 damage.
Okay.
And then
Alright.
since we're just doing physical, she's not going to do anything else.
Okay. And
Meresh, you're up.
he kind of stumbles back and and he rages. And he is going to attack with the great axe. And of course, reckless. Both 10s. 23 to hit.
Both hit.
And that it really 8 points of slashing damage, and I won't add Divine Fury because that's magical. So 8 points of slashing damage. For my first attack, I have another attack.
Okay.
Good thing I'm reckless. That is 24 to hit.
Hits.
And 17 points of slashing damage.
All right.
And he kind of like rages, spins the axe, slices one way, and then spins it back around and actually holds it underhanded and kind of drags it across the top of your shoulder.
All right. And now that you're raged, I have advantage, right?
Correct.
With that, Meresh, does that end your turn?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Velana, you're back up. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it.
Okay. 27 to hit.
That hits.
That's 6 damage.
Okay.
And again, that's all she's going to do.
And he takes the hit and he kind of backs off, and you see him like as he puts the axe away. You're a good swordsman, swordswoman, whatever. What do you two think? And he looks back at Lucious and Jarden.
Well, you're kind of big, so it's not like you're awful hard to hit. Just saying.
Jarden kind of gives a shrug of his shoulders, like, well, any man who can who's got the guts to take on the king, and especially this one here, is all right by me.
And so he looks back, kind of like brushing the blood off of his wounds. Fine. You're in.
All right. She bows once again, puts her sword away.
And
How would you write by this kindness?
And at this, you see two aides come walking out of the side of like the in the courtyard. One goes up to Meresh, and the other goes up to Velana, and they heal your wounds all the way back up to full health. And just they're tending to you. They make sure you're fully taken care of before they kind of step back off to the side and head to the back. With that, it's still it's only like Jarden said, only like midday at this point. It's only about noon. So what are you guys gonna do?
Meresh is going to look to Velana, and he says, "So, I know you're a woman of the cloth. but do you drink?
Oh, of course I do.
Well, and he looks to Jarden and Lucious. Shall we go get a drink with our new friend?
Yeah, see, why not?
Oh, most certainly.
And so he's gonna kind of go off into and walk with everybody to the closest tavern, because although he is the king, he still, I mean, to him, he's still simple-minded, and he likes being in the taverns. That's where he grew up.
The nearest tavern is coincidentally the one you guys own.
Free drink.
One of the two taverns you guys actually own, the Scarlet Letter. As you guys enter the tavern, with it being midday, you're just finishing up kind of like the lunch hour rush. As people are kind of sitting there, either having drinks. You see all sorts of races in there. Who's the first one to enter through the door first?
Jarden.
That's fine. Jarden can go first.
Jarden,
So
make a perception check, please.
Okay. Perception check. Dirty 21.
As you enter the tavern, you see most people are tending to their business, drinking, having the time of their lives. Some are like eating good, they're eating the food and they're pointing to it, giving like a thumbs up, like they're really enjoying it. But what catches your eye, what really kind of stands out, a gentleman with a large figure standing behind him, with arms crossed, standing behind him. You don't know who the figure standing behind him is, but the gentleman that's sitting down is richly dressed. I mean, like, he's trying to show off like his noble stature. He's got like a piece of paper in front of him. You don't know what it is, with like a quill and an ink. And he kind of seems to be kind of looking around, and then for a minute or two, and then he gets what you see is like some bread, cheese, water, and he gets some food, and he just begins to enjoy his meal.
Jarden kind of looks around and kind of looks back to the door and kind of just leans back and is like, seems alright. Looks like we've got some kind of high roller at the bar. Want me to clear him out? He's asking this to Meresh.
No. Get a table. I'll go see what he's about.
You sure?
Yeah, it's nothing we can't handle.
Would you like me to come with you, King?
If you like. I'm a very good talker, though.
Jarden walks back into the tavern, and he finds a empty table, and he signals to the to the tavern keep behind the counter to start bringing some drinks over to the table, which is now the king's table.
I'm gonna go ahead and make my way to the finely dressed man and actually sit down next to him, if there's a seat next to him.
I will say, out of character, I do have pretty good charisma if you want me to help that at all.
There is room sitting next to him, but and as you sit down, you feel like two massive hands like grab you on either side of the shoulder before the richly dressed man kind of holds up his hand. It's like, not this one. This one can stay. And you feel like the massive hands come off of you, and then step back. Jarden, as you signal the barkeep, you see a stout halfling come bounding out with a tray full of with a tray of 4 mugs. One is like extra taller than the rest because he saw everybody walk in and he knows who it is. So he dishes out the drinks around the table, leaving the extra large one like by itself in the corner. and then he kind of begins like asking you if you want any food or just keep the dreams coming, type of question.
Quick thing: would Jarden have saw two people laying hands on the king?
No.
I was
He
going to
would-
ask
you're
the same thing. If I would have seen it from the door, because I'm kind of
Well,
Or if you
standing there watching them.
Jarden is at the table. Lucious, roll me a perception check. Jarden, you were at the table with your back. I would say like you were so focused on like the table and the halfling coming up and asking you questions, you probably wouldn't have seen.
I will
Okay.
say when the hands were put on the king, she did grab her sword but didn't pull it out yet. And when they were let go, she let go of her sword.
Okay.
It's 30 for perception.
Lucius, when you looked over and you saw the two massive hands, you realized they're from two shadows sitting behind this richly dressed man. One was from the one that Jarden saw coming in, but the other one, which Jarden didn't see. So they're actually the left hand of one guard and then the right hand of the other guard, putting the hands on Meresh's shoulders. However, this is what catches your eye. They only have 3 fingers on each hand, and they were thickly furred that you managed to catch. Like, really thickly furred.
Would I have noticed that when their hands went on my shoulders?
Yes, since you, because honestly, like, somebody putting your hands on your shoulders, Meresh, like, you probably would have been like, who dare puts their
Yeah,
hands on you?
my
kind of thing.
passive is 8, so
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty. They weren't trying to be sneaky about it. Like you're sitting next to somebody that they're protecting. So for them to come up, put their hands on your shoulders, like they're not trying to hide that from you.
Okay, I would say that Lucius, upon seeing that go down, would have taken one of the discs that's on his belt and kind of tossed it to the middle of the room and let the turret kind of assemble but not go active.
Okay.
And would have whispered to the spider on his shoulder to go down and transform into the rifle. And I don't have it at them, but I'm making it known that I'm watching.
Okay. You watch as the little spider like clicks a couple of times and then turns into the rifle and sits in your hand. All it would require from you is to flick a switch and it's live.
So with
So
the hands hitting Meresh's shoulders, he just and like even as he kind of waves them off, I suggest you tell your people to stand down before it gets messy in here.
I'm terribly sorry, Your Highness, but they are just doing their job and protecting me. If you would have taken a seat across from me and not directly next to me, I guarantee you they would not have laid hands on you. They're just trying to do their job and protecting me. Surely you can understand.
Oh,
Yes, that is understandable, but you put your hands on the king again, and justice will be swiftly delivered. Is that understood?
You hear two large snarls come from behind him, and he puts his hand back up and, of course, my lady. What can I do for you, Your Highness?
I've never seen you around here, and of course I'm the king, and I own the bar, and of course I'm sure you know the Scarlett Brigade.
Of course, that.
And I want to know what you're doing in my city and my bar.
Actually, I was hoping that you would make your presence known and actually come down here.
Do you need something?
Yes. I'm sure your name has reached far and wide, but I'm pretty sure you are aware of the continent of Fardasa, aren't you not?
Of course, I've fought there.
And you do realize that as the slayer of the beast behind the southern gate, as your team is now called, you hold a certain reputation there.
Of course. We're the best.
Well, after you slay the beast of the southern of the southern gate. The treaty of the three lands have been were broken. The Harbinger, which is the peacekeeper in that land, has mysteriously gone missing. We cannot allow war to overcome the land, or the cycle will repeat once again.
So, you need me to kill something, or...
I need you to potentially find somebody, and at all cost, yes, potentially kill somebody.
Well, I'm not the best at finding things, but I got my pal Jarden over there that is very keen, and he's like a bunny, so he's low to the ground and can hop around. He's really good at finding things.
Jarden would have at this point have turned around and kind of caught half of this, and just kind of folded his arms with maybe one arm on his kind of holding one of his daggers like in the holster, just kind of playing with it, let him know that he's aware, and kind of frowning at the king after hearing the bunny comment.
At this point, the richly dressed man puts his hands on the table and he's like, I'll put all the cards on the table. If you want to have your friends come and join us, we can eat, drink, and I will tell you all that is required.
Very well, but your little friends there need to come out of the shadows.
Yes, we have no problem with any species, I don't believe, here, but I don't like sneaky people.
All are welcome here as long as I can see them.
At this, he kind of looks back at his two companions. He raises his hand, and you also notice when he raises his hand, he also only has 3 fingers and a thumb. And he flicks them over, and they step forward, mysteriously keeping quiet across the wood, like silently across the wood. They pull back their hoods, which were long black cloaks that they have. The reason you gathered why they were so silent and keeping it in the shadows is you see 2 large adult male werewolves standing on either side.
Oh, I was thinking bugbear.
I thought so too.
He's like, these are why my friends were hiding in the shadows. They're not exactly welcome in most places.
Well, this is in most places, and he like slams his hand down on it. Is there a lot of people in the tavern?
There's quite a bit,
amount?
yes. Yeah,
Okay.
Probably 3/4 full.
He kind of slams his hand on the table and stands up. I here decree that these here puppies, werewolves, shall not be harmed in this kingdom. If they are harmed, death will follow.
And you hear quite a few people a familiar squeaky voice. Yeah, way to go, King! And then followed by an applause.
Fucking Corton.
Jarden just kind of shakes his head and says, "Yeah, you'll be singing a different tune when the full moon comes, and they've lost their bloody minds and go on a killing spree."
Well, then we just kill them, don't we?
You mean I'll kill them?
It's
You
what we're
mean,
good at.
Your Majesty?
At this, you hear one of the voices say, "We have mastered the art of lycanthropy." In a smooth, kind of calm voice, we don't lose our minds upon full moon.
Jarden kind of just rolls his eyes like, "Oh, good, a civilized werewolf."
In fact, the request does not come from our friend here, but rather from us. The individual that we need your help finding, the Harbinger, or so on forth, is none other than our own father.
Who is a werewolf? We gather.
Yes, he is a werewolf.
Okay.
Jarden just kind of nods and is like, "I've tracked plenty of monster and rogue fae in my day. I could find a werewolf."
It's not so much that we don't doubt your tracking skills, is that the place where he's supposed to be at, which is only a few people know about. It's been like somebody has ransacked it and drawn it completely empty.
And
We're
what
thinking
is this place?
you guys we call it the Central. The Central. It's where all the harbingers reside. They're not allowed to go out and intermingle with the lands, thereby keeping the peace and the ruling between all three countries.
Velana actually reaches her hands out to shake the two people's hands.
You actually, the first male reaches across and shakes your hand. The second one kind of walks around, and you notice that even though that they're both males, one is significantly older than the other one. One would be about, I would say, 25 years of age. The other one is only about like 15. He's a small, young lad, and he comes up and he hesitates for a second, not wanting to shake your hand, but just like he kind of looks up at what you gather is his dad or older brother, and his kind of gets a nod, and then he reaches out, shakes your hand, also with 3 fingers, and then takes his spot on the other side of the stranger.
So, where is this Central?
About a day's travel north of Orkan. Orkan is the neutral city of all dealings of the 3 countries. So it's only natural that the Central is located just days north of Orkan.
So, you want us to go to the Central and find out whatever the fuck happened?
Yes, do you have any leads, or is it a bit of a complete mystery at the moment?
The son the smaller one looks up at the bigger one and kind of downcasts his hand, and the other one kind of just, don't you say it. Don't you say it.
Tell me! I'm gonna
What
try
do you
and
know?
intimidate him into it.
Okay, roll intimidation.
Guidance.
I forgot you had guidance.
That's
Cantrip, baby.
Without the guidance, it's a dirty 20.
Nice.
I have a +8 to intimidation.
You watch as like the younger one kind of reaches slowly into his cloak, and he reaches in, he pulls out like a pamphlet, and he shakily reaches across to the king. All the while his head is like bowed low to him, and he just holds it out straight to you, Meresh. But he's not making eye contact with you. Like he's almost ashamed of what he's trying to tell you, what he's going to tell you.
I'll take the pamphlet.
You take the pamphlet, and what the pamphlet describes is a purple worm, is what it's describing.
Like WORM or WY?
WYRM.
Okay.
He's like, the place where our father resides, it wasn't just like, it's not supposed, like he wasn't there. Like the whole place was gone. And the only thing left were 2 very large burrow holes. And but such things do not exist in Fardassa. Nothing has existed since you guys eliminated the beast beyond the southern gate 5 years ago. So it's nothing but myth. I don't know why he thinks that it's a purple worm. It's fantasy.
So new creatures come in and out of this realm all the time. Any knowledge that is withheld will only harm all of us.
But it is only a myth, my dear lady.
Until
Purple
it is
Yes,
not.
but at one point, your kind was a myth.
At this, he just stays silent, and at this, the rich man holds up a hand, 3 fingers as well, and he's like, my friend is just, as you can see, one believes in the myths of old, one is groomed to be the next harbinger, when the time comes, if it so desires. Now, and as he reaches down underneath the table, do you accept the job?
Listen, I may be the king, I may be rich and own a bunch of stuff, but we do have a reputation to uphold, so how much is this worth?
How much do you think it's worth?
And he's gonna look over to Jarden.
Velana's gonna kind of lean in. This is a religious quest for me, so I need no gold from it.
Well, I'll just say...
you're the expert in this.
I'll say a few stacks of gold ought to do it.
100 gold each.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And
He reaches down.
He's gonna turn around and say 100 gold each.
He reaches underneath the table and he grabs and he like tosses a money bag in front of Meresh, one in front of Jarden, one in front of Lucious, and he holds it out to Velana. He's like, "Are you sure you don't want money?"
No, I'm here to show the kindness that my goddess has shown me. You can keep that.
Rolls it back and he just goes, "If you change your mind, I'm willing to pay."
Fine.
All right then. You can you can either meet us in Orkan in a few days' time, or you can head north. If you travel one day north of Orkan, you will find the Central.
Lucius grabs the bag from Meresh and counts it for him and tosses it back and nods his head.
I can only count up to 5, so...
When you actually, like, and they are, like, at this point, they're getting up ready to leave, and as they're ready to walk out, Meresh, when you open up your bag, it's not gold that you see on the inside. It's full on platinum on the inside. And so when Lucius reaches in there to start counting, it's actually 100 pieces of platinum that he counts out, not 100 pieces of gold. But by then, the 3 are gone at this point. They it's like they don't want the money back.
I don't tip off that it's platinum for obvious reasons since we're in the bar, and I just we're more than good, Your Majesty. We're more than good.
I'm gonna take my bag back because we each got a bag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna take my bag back. Well, I guess everybody go get your shit together and let's get ready. I'll have horses and a carriage set up for us. Do we want to ride on individual horses or do we want a full-on carriage so we can ride inside?
I'd say take the carriage. Might be able to take more stuff with us.
Yes, I'm not the best at riding horses. Not the best.
Yeah, plus if we take the carriage, then, we run into danger. We can utilize certain toys like we did last time.
I don't ride horses.
Jarden, see that the stable hand gets what we need.
Very well.
And he's gonna grab his big mug of ale and down it before slamming it down, and he actually is going to throw, even though he doesn't have to, he owns the place, he's going to throw a platinum at his barkeep and tell the barkeep to keep it for himself.
The barkeep, which is a female elf, wood elf, actually grabs the platinum piece, shakes, and then just faints. like classic fainting of like feet actually come up. You can see like the feet kind of like peek up a little bit and then drop right back down.
Jarden kind of looks down and over to the king. He's like, "Don't you pay her?"
I do, but Apparently we don't pay that well, so maybe we should look into this.
I mean, you should look into it. You're the one that bought the bloody place. I didn't want the bar.
Fine.
And then you hear a voice call out in the middle of the bar. Long live the king!
Oh, shut it, you lizard.
Corton, make sure that she's okay, and then figure out what we're paying them, and let's increase it. Can you do that?
And as you walk, and as you hear two red feet, or you hear, and you see it's not Corton, it's just a plain kobold. Corton's gone.
Where the fuck is Corton?
Don't you remember? You sent him to, like, Fardassa, like, a month ago? To, like, make sure they were paying your taxes?
Right. Well, what's your name?
Daryl?
Daryl. Are you related?
It wasn't my fault.
Are you related to Corton?
Do I have to answer that question?
You probably shouldn't.
I always thought all bloody kobolds look alike.
They do. But then again, so do all Herringon, so...
oh, shut it, you royal ass.
Daryl, you are now part of the Scarlett Brigade. Do what I said.
And he runs over, checks like the keep, and he comes back, and he goes,
Sir, I got some good news and I got some bad news.
What's that?
Do you want the good news or the bad news first?
The bad news.
Someone's been skimming your money from the bar. You pay them an annual salary of like 100 gold pieces a month, which is more than enough. But they've only been getting about 5 gold a month.
What's the good news?
I may know who it is.
Who?
I may or may not be related to him.
Corton.
What's that bloody lizard been spending the money on?
Somebody send out for Corton and have him come back here at once.
Well, sir, if you would like, I can send our whole troop.
Do it.
at this, you see like 15 kobolds just like all form up.
Oh,
They almost look exactly the same.
fucking rats.
Did we
They're
like? Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry, DM.
They're like,
We'll go get Corden for you.
and like they just, without another word, they just race out the door. Just.
We have a kobold problem.
Jarden just kind of shakes his head like, do we live near like the homeland of the kobolds or something?
Apparently, Corton brought the rest of his family here. Anyways. Jarden, make sure we have the horses and everything that we need. Everybody else get your shit and meet at the city gates in 10 minutes.
Jarden just kind of hurries out of the tavern and goes to the royal stables.
You get to the stables. You see a variety of horses lined up along the side, ranging in size and breed. And they're lined up in pairs, like if they were going to be taken out like as a wagon, but like how they're set up is like you can open up one gate at a time if you're going to ride them individually, or you can pull latch and like the whole gate suite opens.
Where's a bloody stable master? Jarden kind of says out loud.
At this, you hear a male deep voice, Jarden, and you see a dwarf, big long brown beard. You know, next time you come in here, you could just yell my name for once.
Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. The king needs a wagon, a good good pair of horses to pull it, and we'll need probably one of the large passenger wagons that army uses to travel and move troops to. You know the ones I'm talking about.
How soon does the king need it?
8 minutes.
He kind of mutters to himself, and he pulls the gate on one of the things, and two large like horses that their shoulders, Jarden, are like 2 inches above your own head. Like these
So,
are
like
massive.
Clydesdales
Yeah, they come out
with coconuts.
and I don't have coconuts, otherwise I totally would. And at this, he yells out in Dwarvish, and you see two more younger dwarves come running out. He gives them commands, and they come back with a wagon. It takes them about 10 minutes. No, it's a little bit longer, but they hook up the horses, and he's like, all right. And he kind of goes over the checklist. 2 horses, one of the king's wagons, 5 casks of ale.
Whoa! I didn't ask for ale.
Have you met the king? He's gonna ask for ale. 5 casks of ale.
Make it
Anything
3.
else?
Yeah, just make it 3 casks. He doesn't need to. King's been wanting to cut back.
At this, you see 2 dwarves come up the side, and they carry these like 2 large, like they're like large even for like Meresh size, and they come in, they take the two of the barrels off, doosh, doosh, and they're like, if the king comes, and like at this, the dwarf just like rolls his eyes. He's like, if Meresh comes back, I'm blaming this on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna handle him. Don't worry. Why don't you treat some of your apprentices there with some of the king's fine ale? The king won't mind.
At this, you see one of the doors like reaching there with like a crowbar, pop the lid off, and they are just like reaching in there with tankards. You don't even know where they came from, and just and they're just like getting beer all over their, like ale all over their, like beard, clothes. Like at this point, like they've even forgot that you existed, and they're just sitting there just drinking,
just bathing in it.
Jarden just says, all right. This will be all. I'm off to go meet the king. Make sure no one steals any of the horses. Oh, if any kobold, we got some kobolds doing a job for the king. If any of them come in here, don't let them take any equipment from this royal stables. Anything royal related, don't give it to them.
They one of the stable master goes, oh, you mean the one's looking for Corton?
Yes. And also, if Corton comes in here, make sure you keep him here in the castle.
And
do not let him leave.
You see, like the dwarf, like the ale just pours out of like the mug, and it just like dripping like from, like it's not even hitting his mouth. It's just like hitting his beard and onto his clothes. And he's like, puts the drink down, and he's like, sure thing. And like,
go ahead.
And at this, just like goes, kind of looks around the stable, like trying to get some things figured out, like fixed.
All right. With that, Jarden just takes the reins of the. Now, the horses have been hitched up to the wagon, right?
Yeah. Everything's good to go for you.
All right. So Jarden takes the reins of the horses, and he kind of walks out far as because he's kind of a rabbit, so he just kind of holds onto him, pulls them. He's like, Cat! And just kind of guides the horses out of the stables and down toward the gate where the king is.
Yep. And at this, you get Meresh, Lucious, and Velana waiting for you down at the gate. The guard sees you guys there. The king wishes to leave. The king wishes to leave. And you got this, like the gate rises up, and you guys are free to leave.
Hold on. Why are there only 3 casks of ale? You know I always take 5 casks of ale.
DM, I would like to roll. What is it?
Deception.
Deception.
Okay. Roll a deception check.
I'm gonna roll an insight against it.
Okay.
I rolled a 16.
I rolled a 7.
You know what? Can I roll an insight too?
Sure.
I rolled a 7.
I got a 23.
Meresh isn't very smart.
Okay.
So go ahead,
Okay.
tell your lie. Tell your lie real quick.
So Jarden just kind of walks up and he's just kind of shaking his head. Grave news, Your Majesty. Normally, yes, I pointed out you should have 5 casks of ale. However, it seems the kobold infestation is everywhere. Some kobold thieves broke in and took 2 of your casks. I'm sorry.
Velana kind of leans over. I think he gave them to the stable people.
What? No, I didn't.
You have this twitch that you do, and you weren't doing it a moment ago, so I can only assume it means you're lying.
Lucious is standing behind Meresh, just shaking his head no. While I'm looking at Jarden.
If he's looking at Jarden, if I run out of ale on this trip, it's going to cost you.
Wait, don't you have a never-ending mug?
Jarden kind of folds his
that's not
arms
the
and
point.
just. Jarden kind of folds his arms and kind of looks at the king and is like, nobody's saying you have to drink the whole cask in one sitting. There is something called spacing.
And as you're saying that, like, his back is to you, and he's like popping open the cask, and he goes to pick it up, and as you say that, he kind of like
super light.
He kind of like sets it down and corks it back up.
Jarden just says, "How the hell did you become king?"
'Cause I'm the best.
Yeah, whatever. Let's get going. We've got things to kill. I got monsters to kill and track.
And I'll go ahead and climb inside the wagon.
Oh yeah, who's gonna ride
DM,
control wagon?
can we say that I have a page or whatever taking the reins?
Sure. Is there you kind of raise your hand, and you notice it's the same page boy that has been the one that knocked on your door, the one that introduced Velana to you, comes walking up. Yes, sire.
Ah, Steve.
Where the hell he come from?
Steve, it's good to see you again.
I serve the king. I go where he goes.
Of course, you guys remember Steve.
Briefly.
I thought his name was Larry.
Well, you don't pay attention. Steve,
It's barbarous! It's barbarous!
Anyway, Steve, would you would you care to take this journey with us?
At this, without another word, he climbs up, sits down, and he takes the reins. And I assume you want me to drive, sire.
I mean, I was gonna have you pull the wagon, but I guess since we have horses, you could drive.
He just, without another word, yeah, and he ends the
Oh,
wagon, and the wagon.
I guess I'm
the
gonna
wagon
shut the door.
Oh god, Velana wasn't in the wagon yet.
Stop the wagon!
Jarden's running up there. Hey, stop it, you bloody bastard!
Stop the wagon!
Stops the wagon.
Can we let them in first?
My apologies, your highness.
Fucking Steve.
Jarden just hops in the back and just mutters like, "Ego won that one. That he is."
I am new, so it's understandable to forget me.
Get in, let's go.
She sits in the front next to the page.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, Jarden was gonna hold his hand out.
At this, the page clearly is a little uncomfortable sitting so close to
fucking drow.
That he kind of shifts uncomfortably in his seat, and he's like, "Ha!" and he just sends them on their way. He's just silent, not making eye contact with you whatsoever.
She pulls out her instrument and just starts playing the lyre.
Yeah, it's literally.
I can't hear it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, she's playing that.
At this Steve, put that in quotes. Kind of like he slowly kind of warms up to you, like as the journey into Fardassa goes. And he at the end, like towards the end of your journey, he's actually doesn't mind holding a conversation with you, but he doesn't initiate it. You always have to be the one to initiate it with you. So are you guys going to Orkan, or are you guys going to the Central? Where are you guys going?
I want to go straight to the Central.
Okay. It takes you about a day and a half to get there. By this, Meresh, due to your heavy drinking, you are down to just a half cask of ale. By the time you reach the Central.
Jarden, time to start getting that cup and dumping it in there.
And I'll do that instead of drinking right out of the cask. I will take my mug of never ending, and I will dip it in there, so that my ale never runs out.
Okay. And as you do that, you kind of get all of a sudden the wagon just stops, like all of a sudden.
Shit. Fuck. I don't know why I'm doing that
Do
because
I
I'm
see
not wearing a
anything?
shirt, but
Yeah, Velana, you look over the front of the wagon. There's a giant, probably 30-meter hole, like across, like right in front of you.
I'm gonna kind of peek my head out.
Bang on the wagon a little bit. You guys might want to see this.
What's going on?
There's a giant toad. DM, could Jarden do a perception check to see if anything's trying to sneak up from the rear since he's in the back of the wagon?
Sure, go for it.
I'm gonna hop out, take a big chunk of the ale, set it down, and hop out.
She puts her hand like gently on the page's shoulder. Get inside where it's safe, but be ready to hop out if we need to run.
DM, I rolled a dirty 21.
Sights and sounds, what you see and what you hear is that like this is actually like it's quiet, not like super quiet as in like unnatural, but it's quiet enough to know that like this is a place that most people would probably regard as like holy or of reverence. You've even taken to notice, like even just kind of like looking out the back of the wagon as you guys got closer to the Central, is that like any sort of animal or like tracks seem to kind of just like veer off. Like they would go up the path a little bit and then they just veer off all the way up. And like I mean, you can hear birds up in the trees, birds of not of prey, but just of like they're singing songs, they're singing like good harmonies. It's a pretty peaceful place. You don't think that anybody's come up following you guys. And at this, Steve ducks back into the wagon without another word.
With that though, I'm gonna kind of, as he ducks in, I have a Yakola, which is the like the weapon that the Cholton warriors use.
Okay.
I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna give it to Steve, and this is only as a worst case scenario. Stay in the wagon.
He takes you see your hand, like he reaches out, he bows low, he says, as the king commands, grabs the weapon from you, he ducks back into the wagon.
Alright, I'll take that out of my inventory. And then I'm gonna go up. I'm not gonna inspect the hole itself. I'm gonna kind of just stand there while somebody else does it because my investigation is shit.
Yeah, standing like right in front of the wagon. I mean, probably a good 15 to 20 feet in front of you is just this giant 30-meter wide hole. You don't know how deep it goes, but it's pretty large.
So,
does anybody have any idea if this ever been anything about this in like the past?
Can I'm gonna look to Velana. Velana, do you have any magic that will light up further down the hole?
Of course. And she does the cantrip, light cantrip.
Okay. You cast it down into the hole. About 2 minutes later, you finally hit it. You see it kind of like light up, and then all of a sudden it just flickers out.
Do we think anything's down there? Fuck it! And he jumps down the hole.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm jumping down the hole.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
I will say, Velana wasn't expecting that because she doesn't know Meresh like that yet. So her eyes are huge right now.
Yeah, this is what barbarians are here for.
Yeah.
Barbarians are here to make the dumb decisions. I mean, I've good athletics, so.
That light was going down there for a while, though.
I'm a big person. I mean, and Meresh is kind of chaotic neutral, so it kind of goes along with it. I broke the DM.
You take 47 points of falling damage as you plummet.
Can I not make an athletics check? Jesus.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Make an athletics check.
Okay. 21.
As you are falling, you realize this was a lot deeper than you thought it was going to be. And as you are falling, you manage to see about 3/4 of the way down, you see a rock ledge. A little far out of your reach, but if you...
I'm going to use my axe.
Okay, if... roll to see if you can latch onto that rock.
Do you want athletics again?
Yes.
Guidance.
I don't need it. 29.
Tink, as you catch the whole rock, and you and for some reason, as you get a hold of that rock, it kind of swings you up and around, and you end up landing on the rock itself. As it kind of swings you around, you are about of 150-foot fall down into the hole. You are probably about 120-ish down into the hole at this point.
Out 120 out of what?
150.
Okay. It's a long way down. If none of you want to come down, it's okay. I can come down myself.
Do you think you can catch me?
I could try. It is athletic, so I have a good chance.
How far down is the rest of the hole?
From what it looks like, I'm not great at math, but probably 30 feet.
Okay. Is there a way for me to scale down instead of just jump?
I'm going to open up my vest pocket, pull out a patch that's got picture of wings on it. I'm going to grab her hand and cast fly on both of us, and we'll float down.
Fucking Terry Tarrington shit right here.
Artificer, maybe.
So that leaves. So who are you flying down with, Lucious?
Velana.
Yeah.
Okay, so that leaves Jarden up at the top.
We keep him up there in case it's something.
Jarden, I can't catch you, or try to, because you're small.
Well, I can always DM. Is there a way for Jarden? Because I have rope. If I tie rope down, can I?
How long is your rope? Probably only 50 feet.
Yeah, that's true.
And mine's only 50 feet. I mean, I could. Your rope wouldn't even reach mine.
Yeah,
but I can try and catch you.
My rope spell won't work either. That just
my athletics is good.
Yeah, I guess so. There's no DM. Would I be able to just kind of climb down? Because Jarden has done a lot of monster hunting in caves and stuff in the underverse area. Could he scale down?
The rocks, the side face of the walls are really smooth.
No
fucking
grass.
Jump.
Jarden just kind of shakes his head. It's like, why did I do this? And
it's for not giving me the other 2 cask of ale.
Jarden just kind of takes a look and kind of does a quick thing and scale how far to jump, and he jumps and aims for the king.
And I'm gonna try and catch him.
Worst case, I have spare the dying.
Yeah.
Make an athletics check.
Me?
Please. Yes.
Guidance.
28. Without guidance.
Okay. As you look up, you know, like how long it took for you despite your lack of like counting, you do realize how long it took for you to reach that particular rock. So you kind of like are sitting there kind of like, and then all of a sudden you could just see out of the corner of your eye, you see like this, you hear / see this bunny come flying towards you. You just kind of hold out your arms and you catch Jarden without little difficulty. You kind of like lean forward as you kind of miscounted his weight a little bit, but then you kind of like pop back up and you're holding Jarden.
After I have him in, I want to drop down the rest of the 30 feet because it should be fairly easy.
Make another athletics check, please.
21.
You land.
Give me a little warning next time you do that.
Rather, kind of like as you like hit the ground, it's not rock.
Is it wet?
I mean, you can't tell with your feet.
Shit. I'm gonna put Jarden down, and fuck it, I'm gonna go for an investigation.
Okay.
Do you know how hard I fought to go back to the surface, and now I'm back down here?
Guidance.
Good. I needed that.
Velana and
11.
Lucious, are you guys still up on the rock, or are you guys down there with?
Well, we're flying, so we can hover just above the ground.
Okay.
That's 11 DM.
With guidance.
I rolled a 7. And I have a +0 to investigation.
He's
not smart. He's not smart.
The king doesn't do investigations.
DM, can I? Sorry.
As you reach down, you just feel. It doesn't feel like rock. It just feels squishy.
Can I see what it is? Because I have dark vision from.
Yeah, it looks like ground to you as you are like floating there. But without getting closer, like you don't know for sure what it is. Jarden, what were you gonna say? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was gonna say, can Jarden do an investigation check to see what the material is in the surroundings area where they're at?
I was
Sure.
just going to say the same.
DM, while he's doing this, I want to put the axe away, take out my greatsword, and I'm going to run my hand along the blade, and the blade is going to catch fire. And I'm going to activate the flame tongue greatsword.
Okay.
DM, I rolled a crit 20.
Woo!
When you, Jarden, are looking down, the sides of the cavern wall are rock, earth, typical of what you would normally see deep within earth. You can actually see the layers of like earth, some rock, a little bit more earth, a little bit more rock. But what you guys are sitting on is not earth. It is not rock. Reaching down and touching it, it's like squishy, unnaturally squishy. Like this belongs to a creature. This does not belong to the earth.
So Jarden kind of starts looking around. He's kind of like looking up. He's seeing the cavern, the rocks. It's very familiar to him. And then he kind of like, still kind of looking ahead, he kind of feels down and he kind of flinches a little when he touches the ground. It's soft. It almost feels like the inside of something. And he kind of looks at the other and says, I don't think we're in a cave. At least not one that I've ever seen before.
And with that, Meresh flips his flaming sword upside down, rages, and stabs in.
Oh Lord!
You watch as it sinks deep in. You watch it sink deep in, and instantly the ground beneath you guys moves. Meresh, you and Jarden get swept off your feet. The sword comes back out into your hand. Like, I'll give you this, Meresh. You are strong and you are like love your weapon. So I doubt that you would let this weapon come full, loose weapon. So it comes flying out into your hand. But you guys are kind of sitting there, just kind of rolling as the ground seems to be moving you towards the right. But you guys are just kind of sitting there, kind of like backwards walking essentially, as the ground beneath you keeps moving to one direction and it keeps moving to the right.
Oh, bloody hell, you big bastard! What were you thinking?
Shit! I wasn't.
Clearly.
But then, as you notice, like, as you look at the cavern walls, you notice that there's like a small opening on the left side. You didn't notice it before, and it gets bigger. And bigger.
Meresh jumps in.
Jarden goes after him.
There's nothing in the opening. As finally there's the last little bit of whatever you were running on is gone. And now you're standing on solid stone.
What the hell's just happened?
Well,
have I heard of this thing before? Because I lived in the ground.
Same with and Jarden's
roll a history check. Roll a history check for me, Velana and Jarden.
Nope, I don't know shit. I got a 4.
I got an 8.
Oof.
Both of you have heard rumors of a giant creature that lives deep within the earth. However, you cannot put your name. You cannot put the name of what creature it is. You just know that it's very, very large, and normally they travel alone.
Jarden looks at Velana and be like, "What do you reckon that was?" Nothing I've ever encountered.
I can't put my name to it, but I think it travels alone. I've heard a little bit about it.
Yeah, something that
I don't
big.
know what it's called. I don't know much about it except for it's huge, and usually they're solitary.
Jarden nods and is like, yeah, something that big never travels in packs. Likes to have a big territory. Don't be surprised. Kind of looks at everybody and says, "Be on the lookout. Something that big is gonna have a large territory. So we're probably not outside of the danger zone yet.
Well,
Watch where you step." And
should we go
he kind of
find
looks
it?
And he looks at Meresh and pointedly and says, "And don't go stabbing things without clearing it through me first. I'm the one who's supposed to keep you alive, remember?"
You don't think it's the purple worm, do you?
It could be,
Well,
who knows? But I would imagine the purple worm.
According to them, the purple worm is a myth, so it can't be the purple worm.
Jarden says, "Meresh, I've hunted and killed things that at least half the known world thinks is myth and legend."
Anyways, should we go find this thing so we can kill it?
The problem is we're in its hunting grounds, probably.
So,
We need to move carefully.
Very large advantage.
and I'm just holding up the flame sword, and I'm walking through where I saw the whatever it is retreat to.
In that case, I'm gonna walk a little bit ahead because that flame's gonna make it harder for me to see.
Okay.
Sure.
Since she has
So with
sensitive eyes.
Velana taking the lead, Jarden, or Meresh following behind, Jarden, Lucious, where you guys fall into the peck order?
Jarden's gonna watch the rear because Jarden knows that a lot of things that hunt in the dark down here in the underworld like to sneak up on a group of traveling creatures.
Velana and Jarden, make perception checks for me.
Okay, and I don't have to do that with disadvantage because it's dark,
You
right?
can cast guidance on both, technically, if the DM allows it.
Yeah, it's a cantrip, and
I got a 21.
21.
Did you say perception?
Yes, because you are kind of keeping aware of your surroundings.
Would you say it's still kind of dark down here, or is that really bright?
It's pitch dark. Like there's
Okay.
no
I mean,
sunlight. There is no
the
sunlight.
only thing that's
except
down here
for
is my
coming.
flame.
Okay.
I rolled a 16.
You,
Okay.
Jarden, you can roll a d4 to add to that if you want,
Okay.
because you got guidance,
Let me just use the.
and you might as well use it.
Yep. Cost me nothing, so I'm giving it away.
So it's 19.
There you go.
Velana, ahead of you, but above you, you can hear a rumbling as it passes over the top of the group. And then Jarden and the back, you can hear it rolling past you. And this lasts for 5 minutes. And then it disappears with Jarden hearing the last of it down on the far end of the tunnel.
Jarden still kind of keeping an eye on the back as he's walking. He kind of just says over his shoulder to the rest of them. He's like, "I'm not alone down here.
Well,
Everyone stay sharp."
No shit, with something moved under our feet. Of course we're not alone.
Well, it passed above us, so maybe it doesn't know exactly where we are yet.
Or maybe
I
there's
think
more
it's-
than one.
I think whatever it was, it's moved on. But let's stay sharp and keep an eye out.
This time it rolls up underneath you, starting from Jarden's end.
Ah!
Like, it picks us up?
No, it's rolling up underneath you guys. Like, you can feel it, like, underneath your
okay.
footsteps as it rolls past you. And then this time, Velana's the last to feel or hear it as it rolls
Oh,
ahead of you.
guys, that wasn't my stomach.
Yeah, that would probably make a bigger sound.
I want to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Velana, ahead of you, you hear like something sliding across smooth stone. But it's picking up speed as it's heading directly for you guys.
Okay. I want to cast Wall of Fire right in front of it.
Okay. What does Wall of Fire do?
It's a dexterity of 19. I basically
Only
put
when they
a
move into
solid-
it.
Only when they move into it, yeah. It says you can make the wall 60 feet long, 20 feet high, and 1 foot thick, or a ringed wall up to 20 foot in diameter, 20 feet high, and 1 feet thick. When the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dexterity saving throw. And on a failed save, it takes 5d8 fire damage, or half as much damage on successful. And I want to put it right in front of it. try to maybe slow it down.
You said 5d8?
Yeah, if he doesn't make a dexterity of 19.
This thing can't be that dexterous.
And with that, you hear coming in front of you, you cast the wall of fire, and it's a good thing you did, because rolling right in front of you, you see the giant mouth of, indeed, a purple worm as it roars out in pain towards you guys, and it attempts to clamp down on you guys, but actually what it does is it clamps down too early, and it's just kind of nosing you guys as it pushes all four of you back and up out the shaft, as it's this time it's just trying to get away from whatever hurt it, and it just pushes you guys up out of the hole as it comes out and shrieking in pain.
And if it didn't make the dexterity, it's 22 damage. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I rolled 21 on 5, so I'll take 22.
Okay.
But yeah, I forgot you have to roll for it. It flops out. Guys, got to roll initiative.
All right.
And I will be right back.
I'm just gonna use the D&D. 24. I am exhausted.
There we go. Woo! Natural 20.
Nice.
I get advantage on initiative.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
I got a 24 for initiative.
So natural 20 plus a 2.
Same, 24.
Okay. So 22.
I got a natural 20 plus 2.
Okay, so 20 to 25, that would be
Me.
24.
So 24 for Lucious.
I got a 24.
Okay. Who's higher dexterity?
I have a +5 dexterity.
+2.
So
Jarden would go first.
Jarden, then Lucious.
Okay. What did you roll? And then Meresh rolled
I rolled a natural 20.
Which would be 22, you said?
Plus,
23.
Plus 2, yes.
Okay.
22.
And what did Velana? What did you roll?
I got a whopping 6.
Okay.
So is that Meresh, then Jarden, then Lucious?
Jarden, Lucious, Meresh, Velana.
Okay.
With that, Jarden, you're up first. The purple worm has just pushed you guys out of the hole. Scared of the dark right now, as it flops up on land, but as it coils around, you realize this thing is sitting easily at more than 100 feet long.
Jarden just kind of looks at it, it's like, big one, aren't you? So first I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark, level 2, on him. Then Jarden is going to take out his longbow, and he is also going to use 4th level flame arrows.
Okay.
And then he is going to take his longbow, and he's going to launch, knock an arrow, kind of draw it back real carefully, and just kind of. He's got dark vision, so he can't see in the darkened cave. He's kind of.
You guys are up in the sunlight now.
Oh, we're in the sunlight. Okay, then never mind that. He kind of aimed for is trying to aim for like the head of this thing, try and see if he can hit like the eye or something really vulnerable on it. Yeah, he's gonna try and aim for its eye.
I don't think purple worms have eyes.
Yeah, they don't have eyes. They have multiple rows of teeth, though.
Yeah.
Now they're gonna try to aim for like inside its mouth and try and hurt it as much.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so my health was plus 13. I rolled a nat 1.
Ooh.
Oof.
You watch as you call flame arrows and you fire it. Before the arrow even leaves the, as you let go, you realize the flame poof pops out, and the arrow goes about 10 feet, and it just hits a tree, tunk, and it hits the thing, and the purple worm turns. If it could see, its mouth is directly at you.
What's wrong, Jarden? You having problems getting off?
Oh, shut it, you bloody fool of a king, and kill that thing!
With that, it is Lucious's turn.
All right. See all this go down. We hit the ground. As my bonus action, I'm going to pull 2 discs off my belt, try and toss one on each side of this worm, and those will turn into the flamethrower cannons.
Okay.
He needs Dex 18 for each one of them.
Okay, he rolled 13 on one, and then a natural 20 on the second one. So the first one, he takes a full blast of the cannons as he can't tell what's being tossed out, and he gets full blast of the first one. But then, in defense, rather than roll the opposite direction, it actually rolled towards the flames and actually rolls away from the second turret, causing the second turret to just blow right above it. And it takes how much damage?
16 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Okay. And seeing that, I'm like, "Shice." So I'm going to whisper to the spider, Infernum, and he's going to go down and turn into the rifle with the red firestone, and I'm going to take 2 attacks with that.
Okay. Go for it.
First one is 25 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
I have to really quick take a bio break, but I'll be quick.
Okay.
$14 points of damage on the first shot.
Okay.
Second is dirty 20 to hit.
Like you rolled a natural 20 or dirty 20,
dirty
like
20.
up to 20.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Yep, that hits. Roll for damage.
And 25 points of damage.
Okay. You've seen the turns your second turn fail on you. When you pull out your gun, you crank off 2 shots as you watch as the fireballs hit large. The creature roars in pain, kind of like a shrill cry. And then it kind of is beginning to now look like it's going to circle all around you at this point.
I'm back.
With that, it is Meresh's turn.
So, I would like to rage.
Okay. I thought you were still raging from earlier.
I am. You're right. I am raging. So forget that.
And you have endless, don't you?
I have endless rage. Yes. I have unrelentless rage. All right. So I'm gonna take my first 2 attacks with my flaming greatsword. Reckless.
Okay.
That is 31 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
That is 14 points of slashing damage plus 7 points of flame damage. And then since I am raging my first attack, they can take an extra 16 points of necrotic damage. So that's all for the first hit.
Okay.
The second one, that's cocked. Natural 20.
Woohoo!
There you go.
Look at that natural 20.
Oh, very nice.
So 13, so 26 points of slashing damage plus 7 points of fire damage. And then I'll go ahead and take my
So was the 26 points of damage already doubled?
That was already doubled, yeah. Then I'll go ahead and take my second sets of attacks.
Okay.
That is 25 to hit.
That hit.
$12 points of slashing damage plus 11 points of fire damage. And then 31 to hit.
That hits.
14 points of slashing damage plus 8 points of fire damage. And then as my bonus action, because I haven't done my bonus action yet, as my bonus action, he's going to use Zealous Presence, and he lets out a huge battle cry, and Lucious, Velana, and Jarden all gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of my next turn.
Nice.
Oh, very nice.
And that'll end my turn. I didn't do too good, but
Not what my damage counter says, but you know.
how much was that? How much was that?
You just did 125 points of damage.
Holy
Good
shit.
lord.
In
Nice.
one round,
Level
125 points. Level fucking
Level
20
20,
barbarian,
yeah.
man. And plus, I have the sword that deals extra damage. All right, but yes, that ends my turn.
So you watch as you just come up and you start carving. Were those attacks reckless?
Yes.
Okay. You watch as it and you carving these big, large swaths deep within this skin, and you watch as the beast cries out in pain, then rears up, head starting up at the top before it plunges straight down right where Meresh is, and it's going to make a bite attack against you.
Fucking, it's at advantage.
Oh shit, yeah, it is. Would guidance help here?
No.
I was just to say, guided?
Because
No.
I have guidance too.
No, it doesn't help. Only if I have to roll against it.
29 to hit.
Okay, and I am going to use my reaction for Stone's Endurance, and I am going to reduce that by 10, so only 19 to hit. Plus it's halved because I'm raged.
Nice.
So, what, 8 to hit? Or 8 points?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
As it strikes down, boosh, missing wide, you kind of just bounce out of the way. But then you also look at the corner of your eye, Meresh, and you see the its tail whip up from the opposite direction, and it makes a beeline straight for you. It's going to make a stinger attack against you.
Shit, this thing has a fucking stinger.
Bloody hell.
That would be a 25 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
Oh god.
Well, keep in mind, I do have True Resurrection. So.
Everything's halved for me anyways because I'm
Yeah.
raging.
Yeah, but this thing's fucking huge. Probably does a lot of damage.
I have 285 XP or HP, so I can take a lot of damage.
Okay, as you watch a little too late as the stinger and it hits you directly on that shoulder, on your left shoulder. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Guidance.
Well, I may not need it. Let's see. 17 plus 6, so it's what, 22?
23.
Yeah, 23 without guidance.
You barely passed.
Nice.
I have a plus 6 to my Constitution, so. But I mean,
there you
go ahead and cast
still
guidance every time.
But you still take 26 points of poison damage.
Half to 13.
As it. No, that is already halved because I rolled a 51 on a attack or damage.
But since I passed, that's halved because of the save. But then I'm also raging. I'm raging, so it's halved again.
Right, so I forgot you were raging. So that would only put you at 13 points of damage. Of poison damage.
Damn, I gotta make a barbarian.
Barbarians are fucking brutal.
Oh yeah, they're brutal.
Why do you think Ethan and I play him so much?
God.
Because of this.
And it hits you right in that shoulder. And Meresh, as you feel like in that left shoulder area, you feel like the poison beginning to like hit your system a little bit.
So I am poisoned.
A little bit. And it kind of, you watch as the stinger kind of kind of skates back away from your shoulder a little bit. And at that, Velana, it is your turn.
Fuck, that hurt.
So first, I'm gonna do bonus action spiritual weapon at 4th level.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna use spell slot, and then a hit DC. 22 to hit.
That hits.
So it's 1d8 plus 5. Wait, no, 2d8 plus 5. I don't know why it didn't do that automatically. 2d8, I'll do it this way. So 11 plus 5, so 16 points of damage. And then I'm pretty sure I have something to dispel that poison. Restoration? Yeah, I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration to get rid of the poison on Meresh.
Yeah.
Sure, cast it.
Okay.
Alright, so I am no longer poisoned.
And at that, you watch as your spiritual weapon. What form does it take?
It's a bastard sword, so like in between a one-handed and two-handed sword.
Fuck yeah.
And it glows in moonlight because it's Elistray's sword.
You watch as this big, magnificent sword comes flying up before it cuts a big, large swath deep within the purple worm. Once again, it howls in rage.
It's made of moonlight.
And you watch as when it curves, Meresh, since you're right up next to it, you can see as it cuts deep into the flesh, you can see bits of moonlight glittering out of the wound it just caused before it just like rips comes out of the flesh. And then with that, top of the round, Jarden, you're up.
All right, Jarden, still a little pissed at his flaming arrows. Puts once again Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
That stays. It stays just for future reference, unless you move it. It's permanently stayed. So you don't have to waste a bonus action for it.
Okay then. So that never mind that. So Jarden, again knocks his arrow, and he decides to once again use flame arrows.
See if we can do it this time.
That is a dirty 14 plus 13.
17.
14 plus 13?
Oh, 14 plus
20.
13, 27.
Yeah, dirty 27.
Okay, that hits. Roll for damage.
Okay, so first is an H5. That's an 8, and I gotta do Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, just for future reference, once you cast Hunter's Mark, it only takes a bonus action to move it after that.
So total damage is 11.
Okay.
Not bad, not bad.
So Jarden, kind of again, he pulls out another arrow. He kind of like whispers something to the arrow, and the flame bursts up at the arrow tip, and he lets loose, and the arrow flies, and it strikes one of the open wounds caused by his companion's damage inflictions.
He says, "You're so beautiful."
He watches the arrow strikes one of Meresh's gash holes. Meresh, as you were sitting there kind of admiring the moonlight strike from the spiritual weapon, you see this, and you see this flaming arrow strike one of like the marks that you made into the beast, and it just like with a flame, it like roasts
That
a
was
little bit as it.
that was too close.
Get out of the bloody way, then, you great oaf! Or sitting on the throne so long made you slow.
With that, Lucious, you're up.
Hey, boss, you all right over there?
Fucking kill it.
All right. And the cannons are going to take their shots. So dexterity 18.
First roll was a 2. The second roll was an 11.
Both fail.
So it fails. It takes how much damage?
Do you want a single roll from each or both together?
Both together, since it failed both.
18 points of fire damage from each.
Okay, you watch as it was slithering around, you watch as your cannon just poof, poof, poof. This time it gets hit one way and rolls back the opposite way, where your other cannon just poof, right on cue fires, hits it again. It gives out like a death cry, and you watch as like bits of acid and poison begin to leak out of its mouth a little bit, dripping onto the ground around its mouth area. Nowhere near Meresh or anybody like that, but just dripping on the ground in front of it.
Okay, and I will take 2 shots with the spider rifle.
Okay.
I'll keep it fire since that's what it is. First one is 28 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
First one's 28 points of damage.
How do you want to do it?
Oh shit.
Oh, sweet.
Stupid barbarian.
I know, right? He brutalizes it. I'm going to see that he's taken those damage and see where Meresh has put that big gash, and I'll kind of take my time with that shot and squeeze it off and have the blast go in and just kind of start to burn it from the inside out.
Do you watch as your shot hits true on the purple worm? And at this, the purple worm like stops moving and it just kind of starts to flail around before finally and steam pours out of its mouth. Not from acid, but from fire. As you take a look inside, you can see burned flesh on the inside. And with that, the purple worm's dead. Battle's over.
Does anybody need healing?
I mean, if you got it, I'll take a little. I just really need like a level 1. I'm 264 out of 285.
Okay, I'll do first level healing word.
Okay.
So that.
DM, can I examine to see if there's something I can use for tinkering?
I'll take it.
Yeah, go for it.
Works for me. 272 now.
Now we just have to find the people in the town.
27?
Yeah, as you look around, you actually look up at the teeth, and you can see each tooth individually. Each tooth is about 1.5 feet long. You kind of take a look, and you notice that if you could reach like a sword or something like that, you could pry one of the teeth out. And with the teeth, you could figure you could probably make, like, if you had some time and some materials, you could probably make a bone sword out of it.
I'll pry it out for him.
I'll pry the sword out for him.
Hey, boss, if you can get me a couple of those, I can turn them into some pretty sweet toys for us.
Yeah,
DM,
I
want to roll a d6 to see how many I get.
Okay, same thing for you, Velana.
Okay.
4.
And I only got one of them.
As you guys collect these teeth, you guys got 5 in total now. These 5.5 foot long teeth. At this, you hear a voice come off of the wagon. Sire, is it safe to come out now?
Oh, Steve.
Was
Yeah.
this bloody fool here the whole time?
I mean, we did tell him to stay in the wagon.
Yes, we told Barbara to stay right here. We told him.
So I'm gonna. Are we up at the surface now? We're not down in, right?
Yeah. No, you guys have always been up at the surface. You guys were never down in the hole.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back to the wagon, take my flask of ale, chug it, wait for it to refill, chug it again, wait for it to refill, chug it again, and then set it down. And I look to Steve. All right, let's go. First of all, you keep the weapon. It suits you. But let's get the reins on this horse and let's get to where we were supposed to go.
Okay. He's like, but sire, we are where we're supposed to be.
Wait, we're here?
Yeah. Like, you said a day's north travel of Vorkheim, correct?
Yeah. But what's around us?
We're here. You look around and it's forest, trees, but what you notice absolutely, like, after the battle is over, 2 large trees have been completely uprooted. Not just like, big trees, like, oh man, these were like tall trees. Like, these were like the equivalent of giant redwoods have been uprooted and turned over on their sides. And what you can gather was that there was a city, or like a small place of living inside one of these trees. It's been completely destroyed by this purple worm that's been kind of lurking around.
Like, no trace?
No trace.
Jarden, can you see if you can find any tracks for people or anything like that?
Alright, let me look. Would I roll investigation, DM?
Yes. Because now you're picking through, like, not only to the dead purple worm body, but also, like, through the woods and the trees.
Alright, I rolled a dirty 25.
As you pick around through the debris and through the worm, you notice some scattered pieces of, like, money have been scattered around the ground, probably from the whole, like, incident with the purple worm. But then you look down and you see a familiar pair of of 3 clawed-toed feet footprints. It's only one set, like in the ground. There seems to be a struggle. There seems to have been a struggle, but then it ended with the 3. It looks like the 3. Whoever was the 3 footprint holder, 3 clawed footprint holder, dragged the body off and away from, like looking like it's headed back towards town.
Like back towards wherever it came from, or back towards...
Heading north, actually.
Orcan.
Heading on the opposite direction.
The opposite
Jarden
from Orcan.
Yes.
Jarden kind of looks down. He starts examining the tracks and looks up. He looks to the others and says, "We got a trail here. Looks like it's moving north. Bit of a struggle."
You do think that's your golden friend, right?
Jarden, why don't you sit up with Steve and guide him where to go?
You want me to babysit the wagon driver?
I want you to tell him where to go, since you're the ones that can find the tracks.
Alright. Jarden goes over to Steve and kind of instructs him on which way to go.
I'm gonna climb into the wagon.
You watch as he kind of rolls his eyes and he's like, "As you wish," he waits for everybody to get in the wagon this time. Those people are gonna sit in there.
You're gonna sit on the top of the wagon.
Okay. And he waits for everybody to get comfortable, and the wagon. About another half day, and you come across a small town, to the just a little bit to the north. You notice that the temperature has dropped a little bit. It's still comfortable, but it's definitely a little bit colder than where you guys were before. Doesn't bother you too much, but
I'm drunk,
you just notice it's a little bit cold.
What do we... So we're in the town now?
Yeah, give me one second. You come across to the city of Valentine.
You said the city of Valentine?
Yeah, with two N's in it. It's a very beautiful town. Really well taken care of. They have, as you come into town, you see an inn directly as you guys were walking into town. Like, it's right there, right off on the right. It's a pretty rich establishment. There seems to be loud, happy noises coming, music coming from the interior of it. Off to the left, you see what appears to be a tavern, kind of sketchy looking, kind of run down a little bit. It is by this time like at night, but you do see empty stalls, like where vendors are probably set up. But with it being closing time, all those vendors are empty at this point in time. Mm-hmm. You do notice the track marks ended right at the edge of town, and then they disappear as it goes from dirt to solid rock and concrete at this point. So this is like a really well-kept town. As you look to the north of the town, you can see like snow has begun to fall in on the north end of town, but it's probably not making its way further south. It just kind of seems like it's just kind of hitting the north end of town a little bit.
Okay. Is anybody good at like sneaking?
Oh, I'm perfect at it. Not really. I mean, I have a plus 2.
I have a plus 2.
I was gonna say you can kind of pop into the bar because Gordon doesn't know what she looks like. So if he's in there, he's not going to get tipped off.
I have a pretty high stealth.
Or I can make someone invisible.
I have 11 plus 11 stealth.
I feel like I might be able to like get him outside.
Let's let Velana pull. If Corton's in there, let's let him pull outside.
I do have to think of how I'm going to get him outside, though.
Money always talks.
Yeah.
Tell him you have a job for him.
Okay. All right. And she's going to go inside the bar.
You go inside the bar. You see behind the bar, big male half orc, barkeep cleaned out a mug, and are you invisible?
No.
Me, no.
Okay, so as you walk in there, yeah, you do see like I just wanted to make sure that way if the barkeep sees you, like you're not going to be like, oh, I'm
Yeah,
invisible.
no. I'm just going in casually.
You watch as he cleans out a mug and he kind of cleans it out a little bit and he slams that on the bar. He kind of sees you and he kind of eyes you like suspiciously, but he continues to clean mugs. He's not going to make any moves or anything like that. You look around. There are 3 tables that are filled. One appears to be a table full of goblins. One appears to be full or like got some dwarves on it, and then the last one has got 3 figures in cloak, all ranging from sizes from large to medium to small.
I'm gonna, as a no
Okay.
DM, I want to kind of like have the rest of us be hidden like on the side of the tavern.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to the barkeep. Excuse me, could I get something to drink? And, is it okay if I ask you a question?
Sure, you can. What would it be to drink?
Just wine, thank you. And the
Reaches under and
question,
grabs a wine and ball and pulls it up,
okay.
and puts it on the bar.
Have you seen a kobold about this tall, kind of motions to the same height that every kobold is? Um, and, I mean, he might be acting strange. His name is Colton.
No kobold has come through here. I mean, I've had a lot of strange folk come through here. Perhaps you can ask my barmaid. Oi, Jenny! And you hear a female half elf come running out of the back. Long red hair, probably down the middle of her back, even with a braid. It still reaches about halfway down the back. She comes back. Who needs a drink? Nobody needs a drink. This young lady here has a question for you. If you don't mind, ma'am, I am going to continue cleaning. Therefore, he resumes his clean right there at the bar as
Okay.
Jenny walks up towards you.
Oh, and I
And
paid for my wine.
yeah, he takes the coins or whatever and puts it in. And Jenny, what can I help you out with?
I was just wondering if you've seen a kobold in this establishment recently, very recently actually. And he's about this tall. His name is Colton.
I mean, I had a kobold friend. I had a kobold in here the other night. Um, kind of shifty looking. Uh, bandolier daggers across. Kind of. Are you looking at like bandolier daggers across his chest?
Yes.
Uh, he asked some questions. And then took a thing of drink, and then he left.
Do you mind if I ask what questions he asked?
Some healing herbs, I guess. He was looking for something. Um, and how long these herbs will last. And then if anybody's got any horses or selling anything nearby. Um, other than that,
Okay. Did he say anything about where he was staying or going or anything like that?
um, I couldn't tell you where he was going, but if it helps any, he I noticed him in town the next day, and he bought a thick, heavy fur coat. He actually bought a small one for himself and a big, thick one for, what I guess, a large person. Uh, yeah, and then, but I couldn't tell you where he went.
Okay. Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Of course, of
Um,
course. Anything I can help you out with?
how much is a keg of ale?
Turns back to the barkeep. Barkeep goes, keg of ale, of my finest ale, is 20 gold. However, if you buy 4 kegs of ale, I'll give you only 60 gold pieces. I'll give you one for free.
Okay. Never mind then, because I only have 15 gold.
Well, I'm sorry, but I do run a business, and we're kind of tight on money as it is.
I understand. What about? Do you have a large glass that I can take to go?
He reaches down, he pulls out like a wooden, extra large mug, and he pours it. And he hands it to you, or reaches across, hands it to you, and he says, "This is all. I mean, this is about as big as I get.
Okay. How much?
1 silver piece."
Thank you.
Takes the gold, or takes the silver, and then says, "Well, let me know if we can help you out with anything else."
Thank you. Will do.
Velana, didn't you just get 100 platinum?
No, I didn't take the money.
Oh, right. Okay.
So she comes outside, tells everybody. She goes to the side where everybody's kind of hidden. Tells everybody what she learned. Of course, gives Meresh the giant thing of ale.
And he chugs it in one gulp.
Yeah.
And slams the glass on the ground.
For being of a northern climate, it is nice, cold, refreshing ale. Like, it leaves like a bit of froth on your chin. But like it makes you feel nice, warm, and comfortable. But at the same time, that like nice, cool feeling of like you're just about to nestle in for the night, and you're
Like
just
back
feeling nice
back home, because he's from the mountains.
Yep.
That's some good ale. Did you learn anything about courting?
Yes. So the the barmaid actually, did see you in here the other night, talking about healing herbs, how long the herbs will last. Was asking about horses. Got a thick, heavy fur coat for him and somebody else, which I can only assume was probably the person that he dragged away. Maybe he was nursing this person back to health instead of hiding a body, like I assumed. I think that was it.
Where did they go?
They said something about horses. He said he doesn't really know.
Let's go find the stable master and see if they know.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So DM,
And if
I
there's
want to go
anyone
find
that
the
sells
stable
fur
master.
coats, we might get some more information.
I want to find the stable master.
You find the stable master, and you look and you see a human. You see a male sitting behind a counter, counting up coin, kind of like a till, and he sees you guys enter. Welcome to my stables. How can I help you guys this fine evening? If you're looking to buy horses, I'm kind of closing up for the night, so if you make it quick, I can sell you some horses. But if you're looking for a place to keep your horses for the night, if you're staying in town, I do have a couple spots available for a couple horses, and even a spot for a cart, free of charge, of course.
Listen. My name is King Meresh.
Keen, and he bows. You can hear like a click, click, and then he bows, and then
we are of the Scarlett Brigade. I don't know if you've heard of us.
I've only heard rumors, but I mean that was only when I was visiting my family down south, right around Orkan. But that's you guys.
We do exist. We are really that awesome.
And yeah, does he kind of like gives you like a short round of applause, like, but then like is focused directly on you.
Now listen, we are looking for one of the Scarlet Brigade that seems to have gone missing. He is a small kobold, very annoying, goes by the name Corden. We were told...
You mean a small kobold that turns into a little fur bear when he gets mad?
Yeah, totally.
That little bastard, and he like steps out from behind the counter, and you realize it's not a human male, but rather a male centaur. And you see on his flank, his beautiful brown flank, you see 4 long scratch marks across his flank. And he goes, he was in here the other night, stole 2 of my best prize horses.
So,
they're no good again.
Really, just, this is a personal question. Are you related to any of these things you're selling?
No, I'm not. And you look around, these are actual horses, and he's just a centaur. They range in colors and different species, like small little horses. They got some big Clydesdales in there, like kind of what you guys have for your guys' horses. But nothing of the sort.
Do you know where this Colton went?
Well, since he took 2 of my prized steeds, he must have headed north. He was asking of what horses could survive the cold, harsh north, or the cold, harsh weather.
What?
He must have headed north.
What is north? What is up there?
The capital city of No, hang on one second.
The cold capital city of Bermuda.
Corintha. That's what the capital city. I mean, if he's heading due north, he must be trying to seek refuge under Little Nomeo.
Little Nomeo?
You don't know Little Nomeo?
I mean, is that rapper? Spit some really good rhymes, Little Nomeo.
No, this Little Nomeo sings wonderful tales and hymns. She's actually been on some adventures her own self. But she is a great ruler of the North. She actually won it from the previous tyrant, and now she rules the land in blissful harmony.
That's
and
funny.
Blissful.
I killed somebody to become king, so I totally get it, and I have done amazing things, and I'm quite a singer myself.
Well, you two should get together and meet.
What?
Yes, maybe you'd hit it off.
Well, I guess we will see. About how long is it to get to Corintha and Little Nomeo?
Well, if you're getting to the castle of Little Nomeo, that's going to take you 2 days. Just to get to Corintha, it'll only take you a day.
Okay, guys, I say we go to Corintha, we see what's there, and then we go visit this Little Nomeo.
Sounds fine with me.
Did you guys know he turned into a bear?
No, I had no idea, but we'll discuss that later. Thank you. I flip him a platinum.
He takes the platinum and he kind of like the barmaid kind of shakes a little bit, but he's like, your generosity. I mean, I can't accept this.
Well, you don't have a choice, so use it on yourself. Buy your horse or something nice.
And he bows low to you, and then he's like, thank you very much. And he's like, and you're welcome. If you guys are camping up here for the night, feel free to use my stables. And where his prized horses were kept, you see like a nice, beautiful stable. Plenty of hay for those horses to sleep in. He's even got like a nice spot for your cart out back if you guys decide to camp up here for the night.
DM, what time is it?
About 8, 9 o'clock in the evening.
Do we want to rest for the night?
We could go to the bar for a little bit longer.
Okay. Let's bring the horses here. I would assume that we would have brought the horses with us when we came here. So
yeah.
We're gonna kind of leave the horses, leave the cart, and leave.
You watch as the stable master takes the reins and he guides the horses in. He kind of pets them down, and you see as the horses kind of like they almost seem to instantly relax as they kind of just fade off into a sleep. And the cart he puts off to the side. He puts like a cover over it to like keep it away from the elements, any elements that might harm it. And then he's taking very good care of your possessions.
You said you have a cot here to sleep in.
I mean, I have a cot from our cot. Yes, if you want to sleep here. If not, I know that the inn down the road has some rooms available for rent if you guys are looking to stay for the night. Or otherwise, you guys are more than welcome to camp here. It might just be a little cold. I don't have extra blankets.
But let's go stay at the tavern.
All right. And is Barbarous just gonna sleep in the cart? Is he coming with us?
Steve is coming with us. I'm not that mean.
I was about to say.
Steve is like proudly walking beside you, like kind of a little bit in front of Meresh, holding like this yokel like out in front of him. And he's just like pretty proud that he gets to walk in front of Meresh.
Velana kind of like motions to him to put his sword away.
Please put that away.
He like bows his head a little bit, goes back to the wagon, tosses the weapon in there, and then he comes back.
You could have kept it on your hip.
Do you realize that that's a spear? I thought it was a spear though.
No, it's a sword.
I thought it was a spear.
I will tell you the actual dimensions of it. Hold on.
I thought it was a spear.
No,
so I thought that's what Argos has got on his person.
Well, I mean, I guess technically it could be. It's 3-foot shaft, so yeah, I guess technically it is. With a blade up to 18 inches long.
So you kind of see as he takes the spear and he kind of like twists a little bit. He takes the spear point out. He kind of like tucks it in like into his belt like a little sword. He takes like the shaft and he puts it into the wagon.
And I want to go to the tavern and we'll I'm gonna put up the money for us to stay for the night.
You guys stay in the tavern or the tavern or the inn?
The inn.
Oh, yeah.
Each of us our own rooms, including Steve.
Okay. So as you walk in, you see a high elf barkeep owner gives you rooms, and since there are 6 rooms that he is gonna or 5 rooms that she's gonna have to put up, she gives you at a discount of like 10 gold total for all 5 rooms.
I will give her a platinum.
Okay, so she takes the platinum, and then like at this, she run to the back, and she's telling like the maid staff to make sure that like you 5 are taken very good care of.
I would like ale in everybody's room. I will take 5 casks in my room.
You watch as you hear down below. You hear a couple of grunts, and you see 2 orcs, not quite as tall as you, Meresh, but just as strong. As they have 2 kegs each, and then you see a smaller little one with a keg of his own following you up. The rest of you guys have like a dwarf following you with a keg on their shoulder. And they're going to follow you guys to the rooms.
And is there a balcony?
Yes.
Sweet.
Jarden just kind of follows and remarks to Meresh as he passes him. He's like, I hope you're keeping a record of all this for the treasury.
Well, I mean, this is my personal money, so...
You're the king, you don't have personal money.
I do now.
Yeah. Jarden just kind of walks off into his room.
In my room, I would actually like to sit down. He's going to pour himself a glass of ale, and he is going to pull out his so you see, well, you guys don't see, but Meresh actually he's going to change his clothes into, he's actually wearing full like clothing at this point. He's got a chest piece on and what looks to be almost like a longer like ceremonial dress type. And he's going to sit down and he's actually going to take his flame tongue greatsword, and he lays it on the ground, and looks at, just kind of studies the sword, and as he picks it up and ignites the flame, he is going to start praying. And he is praying to Tempest, which is the god of war. Meresh, typically isn't or didn't used to be a religious person, but although he likes war, he loves battle, the lives that have been lost. He found his version of peace in Tempest, and found as close to a god or a deity as he could get. And he just kind of looks at the sword and, Tempest, I know it's been a while, but I thank you for looking after me and giving me this throne, and I hope I don't meet you soon. But if I do... Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish your prayer.
If I do, I pray that I stand by your side in Warrior's Rest.
We wait for a moment before you hear a strong voice say to you, Meresh, it has been a while, my old friend. I am thankful that you are being taken care of. And I'm glad that you have shown humility in these last few years. But I can tell you that you may not be ready to come home just yet. But when you do, I have a place sitting right to my right-hand side. A throne that makes your throne back at home seem puny and insignificant to the one I have prepared for you.
And he doesn't say anything. He gets a smile and a slight tear running down his face. And with that, he takes the flame away, places the sword back in the sheath, and he's going to lay down for the night.
Okay.
Velana's actually going to step out as well.
Okay.
She's wearing like a white silk nightgown, but you can't see anything. And she lets the people know that she's going into the woods for a little bit, but she's got her sword. And she, how close is this town to the woods? Like, she can access them, right?
Yeah. I mean, probably like a 2.5 minute walk.
Okay. Yeah, so she just kind of like goes to the closest exit and goes to the closest woods, and as is her form of prayer, literally just dances in the wood at night with her sword for until about like 2 o'clock in the morning, and then after that she's going to come back and do her trance.
As you finish up your dance and then go into your trance, you hear a female voice reach out to you. Velana, how are you doing tonight, my child?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm in the progress of the run, as you know.
Of course, my child.
I feel like I could do good things in your name.
And you will, my precious child. But tell me, what is it that you seek on this journey? What do you truly seek?
To be completely honest, I want to go to a city without people being frightened a lot of the time. I want them to understand that just like all other races, we are vastly different from one another.
Well, I can tell you, the city you are about to enter, the next city you will enter, you will see a diversity of creatures, both big and small, common and uncommon. But in this town, you see a lot of respect, fear, but respect. If you treat the people in kind, they too will treat you with respect.
go any more places in the underground like that.
I know, my child. The underground is a cruel, dark place. But I can tell you, this ruler is a kind and generous ruler. She looks after her own people with a kind of love that Meresh has even shown his own people. There is no judgment in here. You may find yourself what you've been looking for in this next city.
Thank you.
And with that, you can feel the presence kind of fade back away from you. Lucious, Jarden, are you guys going to bed? Is there anything you guys would like to do?
Nah, Jarden just kind of goes to bed.
Lucius tends to his little spider to make sure that everything's operational in case we have another encounter. And he's going to kind of lay those teeth out on the floor in front of him and kind of visualize what it is that he wants to do for the group with those.
Okay, so as you look at these 5.5 foot long teeth, and the little spider droid, you notice that if it could just use a little bit of oil and it'd be running perfectly smooth. If you just a little bit of upkeep, but nothing too much. As the teeth, you kind of see each about 1.5 foot long. You can, the teeth are very strong as far as being able to hold up to like flashing, but you notice upon kind of tinkering around with it, stabbing it, they can't hold up to stabbing really well, despite the fact that these teeth are meant for coming down. But you notice that they're like very brittle and that they're meant to break off and be replaced by another set of teeth back behind it. But with the material you have, you can either A, make 5 short swords, or B, you can make 10 daggers out of these teeth.
Okay, I'll make those notes and observations in my journal and think on it. I won't make anything yet, but probably get
I
with the
will
group.
say, if you do some more studying on it, you might be able to determine more weapons. As far as if you put, you even notice that you could probably make 2 great axes and 1 throwing axe, like with the teeth that you have, since you only have 5 and an odd number amount, as well. And as far as like spear points go, spears, you with a little bit more time as you're kind of winding down, you can things come into your head of spears and javelins and stuff, something of the sort. And yeah, they all come into your brain as far as that goes.
Okay, I'll close my eyes thinking about those and some other ideas that he has and kind of drift off to sleep.
DM, I
Okay.
sent you a
Thank you.
message.
Okay. Yep, I see that. And yes, I approve.
So I thought it would be fitting.
Yes, considering what you just did, yes, I agree. But there's no need to change your name to that, because that'd just be way super long. I just like it how
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a surprise. Anyways.
I'm back.
Okay. You guys wake up in the morning. Sorry, my things are not working right now. You get up in the morning. You guys go downstairs. The 4 of you gather around the table, ready to eat breakfast.
I'm gonna order. Meresh will order a full, like, buff, like, huge feast for everybody.
Okay. You get this feast ahead of you, and there's 4 plates of bacon. Just bacon alone is like 4 heaping mounds of it. There's like 8 plates of eggs, 12 plates equivalent of pancakes or flat cakes is what they call it here. There's various like oats, like oatmeal type products that get thrown out to you. This is like a breakfast feast. And they stand at the ready, kind of with their hands behind their back, ready to take any more orders that you need.
Everybody, it's on me. Eat up. We have a lot to do.
Jarden pulls a plate, fills a plate full of eggs, and starts eating, along with some toast.
Velana's just staring at the pancake.
Velana, what is it your kind eats?
Mostly meat and fungus. It's kind of
Well-
hard to grow anything in the Underdark.
Well, have you ever tried a flat cake?
What's a flat cake?
Have you ever had bread? It's
I
kind of made
believe
with
so.
fungus. It's made with fungus.
Bread is made with fungus?
Kind of, yeah. I think it's made with yeast, which is a fungus.
I think I've given it to other people, but I've never eaten it myself.
Well, you should try this. And some bacon. Bacon is meat. It's really, really good. It's from a pig.
Oh, okay.
And eggs they're kind of like meat. They're baby chickens.
Reptile eggs? I've had reptile eggs before.
They're kind of. These are baby chickens.
Oh, okay.
We just kind of scramble them up before they can be born.
Yes, I've had eggs before, just never chicken eggs.
Yeah, they're good. Eat up, because we got a lot to do. And
Okay.
DM, we took a long rest, right? With that sleep.
Yes, you guys all took a long rest.
Okay. And I'm just gonna eat until everybody's full, and then I'm gonna go grab the horses and stuff and get them ready.
I'll say
Sure.
Velana eats so many pancakes that it doesn't look physically possible.
And Velana likes pancakes. But yeah, so I'm gonna be outside grabbing our horses and I'll bring Steve with me.
Steve was never with you. I said the 4 of you guys came down. I didn't say 5.
Oh.
Oh, Steve sounds right.
Oh no, we lost Steve.
I'm gonna go up. Fine. I'm gonna go up and look for Steve.
Make an investigation check.
Velana's washing the syrup off of her
Advantage.
face.
You mean guidance?
Yes. That.
I mean, that was a natural 18 plus 3, so 21.
As you approach Steve's room, there's blood trickling up underneath the door.
Kick in the door.
You find a horrific sight. The bed has been turned over. You see the bed sheets have been strewn around all over the place. But what really catches your eye is sitting on the opposite wall of where the bed is, tied up, arms outstretched wide, with his own weapon impaled into him. Steve hanging up on the wall.
Guys! And I
hearing the door kick.
yell down to everybody.
She sprints upstairs with syrup
Same.
on her hands.
Jarden runs up too.
Guys,
Yeah, Lucius is up and,
and
got the gun out.
I'm kind of blocking their way. This is bad, but look. And I kind of move myself so that they can walk inside.
And you guys see the sight that Meresh has blocked you from. It looks like Steve is battered, bruised, but looks pretty beat up. Hanging up there on that wall.
DM, can Jarden step in and carefully step in and start investigating, since he's probably as closest to it.
We can actually revive him, can't we?
I
have true resurrection.
Hold on. Can we get the sense, DM? Can I get the sense that of about when he died? How long has it been?
Roll another investigation check for me.
I am going to cast guidance on myself. That is going to be 14.
It looks like he's been dead ever since you guys probably broke off into your rooms. He's probably been dead about an hour or two afterward.
So all night.
Okay.
He's been dead all night.
So, can I
Yeah.
cast True Resurrection on him?
You could. I can't guarantee that it'll work.
Hold on, that's a spell slot, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna... You see Meresh walk up, and he pulls out his sword, waves his hand over, causing the flame to come out. He reaches up, and you hear him... He kind of tries to whisper it, but it's loud. And he says, "Tempest, be with me," and places his hand on Steve and casts Spare the Dying.
You hear his voice, Tempest's voice, come down through the blade, and he goes, I can recount his final words to you, but I cannot bring him back.
Please, Tempest, tell me what happened.
Are you really sure you want to know?
Yes, I need to. And you guys are, like, you guys can't hear this, so you're, like, Meresh is basically talking to himself. And you guys have never seen him do this.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna, like, check out the body and see if I
was gonna say, Jarden, make an investigation check since you already said that you were gonna do that first. And Velana, if you want to too, go for it. But
yeah, I just want to know if I casted a True Resurrection, if that would help him.
Ooh, I got a nat 20.
Okay, from your nat 20, not only looks like did he put up like a solid fight, but he was tortured before he was finally killed. Bits of his, you look down and you see bits of his fingernails have been ripped out. You see bits of his own hair have been ripped straight out from his scalp. You see bald spots all around. You see a couple burn marks on his neck. Velana, you look at everything. Thank you so much. You look at everything, and if you cast True Resurrection, it will be very painful.
Okay, what if I heal him right after?
You could, if you were to cast it, he could come back, but he'd have to relive his final moments of pain to get back to that point of, like, it's not just going to be a, hey, we're going to resurrect you. It's going to be a very painful process for him to come back.
What do you guys think? If I do, it should be very
I'm
painful.
still, like, while you're doing this, I'm still kind of, like, in my...
If Meresh,
you
figure out a way to do it.
You hear all of a sudden, Meresh, everything turns white. Like, you can't hear anything, you can't see anything except what's going on in front of you. You see as Steve, and you realize you're seeing it from Steve's point of view. You walk into the room, and you kind of put your belongings down, and you kind of get a sense of happiness, of like almost gleefulness, as like, oh, the King trusts me with this very important mission. Like, I get to go with King Meresh, a man that you always and you feel a sharp pain in your shoulder as you see a dagger blade sticking out. You turn around and you pull out that little bit of a spear point that you have on your person as you see a kobold jumping down from the ceiling, giving him a slight kick, causing him to stumble back. A duel ensues and involves him trying to hit this kobold, and he's putting up a good fight, but clearly the kobold, which you recognize, is in fact Corton. Parry the blows before finally he slashes on his arm and then takes the spear point and stabs it directly into him. And then, so as he's sitting there slowly dying, he gets to begin questioning about your guys's plans, where you guys are planning on going. All the while, Steve not giving a word. He's keeping silent. You watch as the first thing, as he goes through the various tortures of fingernails getting pulled, his hair getting pulled out, and burn tips on his neck get placed on him. He stays silent before finally Corton has enough, grabs him, strings him up, and that's where you find him. And his last words are, you hear him as your vision turns to black, is, "Long live the king," and then he hangs his head, and you see nothing. And you wake, and you come back, Meresh, and you see everybody around the room kind of looking at you, and then they all look at you.
King, I can bring him back, but it will be so painful.
No. Tempest showed me what happened. It was Corton.
That can't be.
Corton ambushed him, impaled him, and then tried to question him. And as annoying as Steve could have been, Corton wanted to know what we were doing and why we were here, and Steve didn't give us up at all.
Meresh, this poor lad was tortured and beaten within inches of his life. I'm not saying that Corton couldn't physically do it, but how did he manage to do it without any of us hearing?
I don't know, but I saw it with my own eyes. That Tempest wouldn't show me anything wrong.
Velana sprints downstairs to ask questions. She can't look at it anymore.
Something's wrong here. Something is very wrong. If Corton did do this, he had help. He had to have.
I want Corton found tonight or today. I want him found today.
Oh, I'm on it. I'll find him. Jarden.
Good.
Oh, Jarden kind of leaves the room. Actually, DM, can Jarden make roll another investigation just to see if Corton left any clues in the
you can
around the
investigate
vicinity?
the room. You can look in the room,
Yeah,
and see if he left anything behind. Sure. Velana, as you sprint downstairs, you see the owner of the establishment, actually, the half elf that you get, or the high elf, or the wood elf. No, I forget.
I think it was
who
a high elf.
High elf.
Half high elf.
My lady, whatever is the matter?
Did you see a kobold?
Yes, there was one that came through last night.
Where did he go?
He seemed to be in a bit of a rush, but he had a horse waiting outside. He said he was visiting some friends.
Did he say where?
Here. They said they were staying here.
He killed our friend.
A murder here? A murder happened in my inn. Oh, this cannot be. And at this, she snaps her fingers, and at this you see two big manitors come sprinting up. Yes, my lady. There's been a murder, I guess, upstairs. Or I guess one of the guest rooms. Which room was it?
I tell him the room.
Okay, go investigate now. And you...
Careful, it is bad.
They're bad and hardened minotaurs. They've dealt with a lot.
Did you see where he left?
He went out the front door. He had a black horse. I noticed it was a beautiful creature. And he sped off northbound.
King, if I find him, do I have permission to kill him?
Wait for the rest of us. I need to lay him to rest before we could continue on.
What if we
DM,
lose him?
Go ahead, Jarden.
I rolled a dirty 29.
You look in the like what would be the equivalent of a bathroom, and you see a note, like a folded up note.
Jarden picks up the note carefully and unfolds to examine it.
2 words and a handprint. You're next, with a 4-fingered handprint smacked directly on the bottom of the page.
He kind of holds the note and thinks for a moment, then turns to walk to Meresh and holds out the note. Is like, found this in the privy.
Do you think this is to me?
I don't know, but I very much want to know what Cole did here. There's no way that someone had to have cast some kind of silencing spell on this place. It had to have been. There's no way that this amount of pain and torture could have been inflicted, and no one in the tavern had anything. We were in the same hole for the love of the gods.
All right, let's. DM, I want to pull his weapon out, and I want to pick him up. I'm assuming he's a lot smaller than me, so I can hold him pretty easily.
He's his head would be about to your chest, yeah. and he was about 22, 25 years of age.
Too young. I want to cradle him.
He's pretty light to carry. I mean, for a man his age, he's about of average weight. He's not underweight by any means, but he's still pretty light for you to carry.
I'm gonna take him. I want to hand Jarden the blade. And I believe Lucious is still in the room with us.
Yes.
So I'm gonna tell all of them we need to find a place to lay him to rest. In the way of the Tempest, he died like a warrior, so he shall be buried like a warrior.
Fair enough. We should examine this weapon though. It might be of a unique design. We might be able to find its origin.
It's his weapon.
Oh.
He
was killed with his own weapon.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
So I want to. So I'm gonna take him out, and is there some type of temple there or something? Or a place to lay a body to rest?
Right. You go about halfway up, and you see a temple of various goddess and goddesses up there. In fact, Velana, if you were to walk with them, you would recognize your own goddess.
Mm-hmm.
Being anointed up there.
Is Tempest
on a plaque. Yes. And in fact, you see as each room is dedicated to each god, you actually go to the one that's dedicated to Tempest, and you see a flame elemental standing there, and he bows low to you. And what can I do for you, my friend?
My companion here, he died a warrior's death, and he needs to be buried and taken to the other side like a warrior. And I'm gonna set him down and take the weapon from Jarden and place it on his chest.
Do we know what he worshipped?
No, but to me, he was a warrior, so I'm gonna do Tempest, because Tempest is the god of war.
Mm-hmm.
You watch as the Fire Genasi bows before you before he puts his hands. May I, sir?
Of course.
He grabs the hands and he puts it on the weapon itself, crisscrossing it over it. And then he puts it into a a wooden casket, whereupon he sticks 4 torches on the ends of it, and then he takes a broken, what appears to be like a broken short sword, and he takes it and he stabs it in through the top, not enough to pierce his body, but to signify that he died a warrior's death in battle. He lights the 4 torches, and he snaps his fingers, and 4 more fire genasi come up. They pick up each side, or 3 fire genasi pick up each side of it, and then they turn to Meresh, and they point to the back end, like, if you want to lift him, be a part of lifting him, you can.
He will.
Velana wants to as well, if she can.
So Velana, as you step forward, one of the fire genasi kind of steps back away from him, and then the other 2 kind of look towards Lucious and Jarden, like if you guys want to take the spot, or if you guys want to sit back and watch.
Jarden would sit back and watch. He doesn't really have a religion, so
I'll take a spot.
Okay, so you take one on the spot of the fire genasi, and you take and you follow the head, the one that greeted you guys, and he leads you down a little marble staircase with Jarden kind of following up, bringing up the rear. You guys carry the body for about 20 to 30 feet before you come to a what appears to be like a fire tunnel. And he he indicates to put the coffin at the beginning of this fire tunnel. And as you guys set him down, he lights the 4, again with the 4 torches lit. He goes, "Now would be a good time to step outside."
Meresh is going to motion for everybody else to step outside, but he's going to stay.
All right. She kind of mutters some words to herself before leaving.
I'm not going to leave, but I'm going to take a step back. But before I do, I'm going to go into the bag of holding and pull out one of the finer short swords that I've tinkered with and lay it across his chest.
You lay it across his chest. It, like how you craft it, it's almost perfectly like aligned. Like this would have fit him perfectly in life. As you guys put the sword next to him, they say, "Any final words before we close it up and send him off to Tempest?"
Meresh steps forward, pulls his blade out, spins it, and sets it in front of him, and sets his hands on it. May you find peace after war. You died a warrior's death. You shall gain the afterlife of a warrior. We are forever in your debt. So long, friend." And he's gonna put his blade back and walk away.
As you guys walk away, and then you're led by one of the other 3 genasi leading up, and then he's like, and then as you guys get to the front of the temple, he gestures to the sky, and then you can kind of hear him like whisper, like as in like he's speaking to a speaking stone, and he just says, "They are ready." And as you guys watch, you guys see floating out of the temple, sitting on a flame path almost, with flames all around it, the tomb of Steve, as he gets sent off, and it looks like he's heading directly towards the sun. And Meresh, I need you to make a religion check.
Guidance.
If he doesn't know, would I have any idea since I'm a cleric?
4.
Yeah,
4. I rolled a natural
4?
1 and then a 1 on guidance, and I have a +2.
I got a 10.
Okay. Meresh, as you look up...
Listen, I'm new at this religion shit.
As you look up, but you do know about, even about Tempest enough that as he gets, that sending him towards the sun, that's where Tempest resides.
Goodbye, Icarus.
But you see Velana, you see a pair of giant fire hands that only people attuned or know what they're looking for reach out and seem to take the coffin in of itself and pull it into the sun. If you were to point that out to everybody, they could probably see it, but as of right now, you're the only one that can see this.
Yeah, she points her finger out and points it out.
Meresh, you look
Okay.
up. Our Meresh, Lucious, Jarden, as you guys see it, you guys see a pair of hands. And even Meresh, you kind of look a little bit further and you can see a pair of flaming eyes. And one of you, and he seems to look directly at you, gives a nod and a wink, and then soon you can't see Steve anymore. Steve's coffin anymore.
You're God's sassy.
Oh, Tempest is a badass.
Yeah.
And at this point, if you guys look at Meresh, you can see the silent anger in his just mannerisms.
Yeah, I think Velana's just weeping.
And he doesn't say anything to anybody. He walks over to the horses and he opens up the door, grabs the last cask of ale that's in there and throws it out and sits in.
Okay. Who is driving?
I
So
have a
Meresh.
+5 to animal handling.
I mean, I could. I have a +7, but
Animal, I have a +11.
I mean, if it doesn't
I
make
can do
sense
it.
for your character to be doing
Yeah,
it
no.
right now.
Mine sucks, so.
let
I'll do
Jarden
it.
do it.
Animal handling?
Well, he hasn't asked to roll yet. He was just asking who is driving.
So as you guys make your way northbound, Jarden, with you at the helm, there are parts where a lesser hand probably would have slipped, like the horses could have slipped and fallen back down, as it is a little bit of an uphill battle. But with you at the helm, you know exactly what to kind of look for, and you guide the horses. And after about a half day to a day's worth of cold, hard pushing, you guys see carved out of the ice the capital city of Corintha. You see a big, tall steeple sitting on top of the whole of the whole thing. It's carved out of blue white ice. The entire town, the city, even the steeple itself is carved out of this blue white crystal. As you guys approach the walls of the city, you can see that they're made of cobblestone, but also like ice covers the whole blanket of it. It would be nigh impossible for you to lay siege to the city because the walls are made, they seem to be almost magical ice coating the walls. As you step foot into the city, you look around, you see various races and some unique races. You see drow, you see Aarakocra, you see Manitors, you see Centaurs, you see Loxodon, you see Owlin, you see all sorts of races and of various sizes. You even see the horses kind of seem to stop for a second, and you see a little Minotaur child, a female Minotaur child, walk in front and then look up at you, and then she kind of she kind of runs over to the side of the cart, Jarden, and then puts on your feet a what you recognize as a orc tooth. And for a Minotaur child as young as she is, to get a orc tooth is like a sign of respect and also like of pride. She hands this to you, and then without another thought, just turns around and walks off the street. You guys continue further into the city. By this time, it is about 5-6 o'clock in the evening. There are some stalls still open if you guys want to investigate. There are various inns and various taverns looking around.
I will say, I should argue that we should at least bunk with more than one person tonight.
I am going to get out, stand where I feel like I'm the most centralized. He is going to rage, and then he is going to yell, "Gordon! Come find me! I'm here if you want me!"
Jarden just kind of like just says, well, so much for subtle.
Are we allied with this city, or is this like an enemy city?
I mean, they're indifferent towards you.
Oh,
a minute passes.
Meresh is past the point of being subtle.
Jarden is DM. Jarden would like to go and use his invisibility because he has the vanish ability, and try and like find a place that he can like set up. If Meresh is gonna try and call out Colden, he wants. I want to kind of set up an ambush.
Sure.
So Jarden just kind of closes his eyes, and he suddenly kind of disappears from sight. But you can kind of see little rapid footprints moving off to a stack of barrels, and he kind of just takes position with his longbow and just kind of waits.
I think Velana actually yells out as well. If anybody has seen a kobold by the name of Chorten, bring him here so we can fight like men.
And so Meresh is doing that, like, what you see in, like, the Gladiator, where his one sword's out and he's kind of pointing it around in a circle, waiting for Corton to come.
We will harm no other but him. For he is an evil, evil, evil man.
You hear after about 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes of waiting, before you guys can call out again, you just hear, like, kind of reverberate throughout the city in a cool but, like, calm, evil tone. Meresh, I hear you've been seeking me.
Corton, you...
Can I just, like, guiding bolt him?
Corton...
He's casting he's casting some sort of spell. You can't see him. He's kind of hanging. You don't know where he's at.
Corton, show yourself so I can take your head.
The second I see him, I'm 9th level guiding bolt him.
Oh, you know, Meresh, I was never matched for you physically. One-on-one, I couldn't dare take you. That'd be a death sentence.
Then
Please.
Fight me.
I am not foolish enough to even fight you, dear lady, who I have no alliance with.
In fact, I probably alliance with me.
And at this, you see appearing down the street ahead of you, you see a very familiar Meresh. You see a very familiar kobold with a crown of thorns, hanging around his head. Make a perception check.
I'm casting guidance on myself. 11.
You notice on his crown, at 5 different points on the crown, it is blue. There's like a blue point, a white point, a red point, a black point, and a green point.
Do I get an idea of what these are?
Make a religion check.
Guidance.
Velana also make a religion check.
17.
I got a 23.
What he is wearing on top of his head, you guys, even the brief moment of seeing him, Meresh, he is wearing the crown of Tiamat on top of his head.
So Tiamat himself is too childish to face us.
Oh, the grand goddess Tiamat doesn't want to waste her time on simple-minded folk like you. She has other plans. In fact, the whole reason I came here, which, Meresh, in all of your stupidity, thought it would be funny to send me back to Fardassa without any sort of timetable for a return. You set my plan in motion. I needed the Harbinger to finally for my plan to be complete. Or
What is
rather,
it you want?
her plan to be complete.
This is your one chance to tell us what we need to know.
Why did you kill Steve?
Steve, let's say, was poking his nose around in unfinished business.
So,
When as you drank and had meals, he happened to spot me down in the bar. I was keeping tabs on you. He didn't think anything of it as he didn't recognize me, but I couldn't risk it. So I had to kill him.
So you're too afraid to face me, but you'll face a helpless kid.
Helpless. You see this? And you see a nice long scratch mark from his left chin up to his right eye, just right underneath his right eye. Do you think that was helpless? I mean, a mere scratch, but the boy was far from helpless. But he was unnaturally stubborn, probably loyal to you, Meresh. A title that you do not own, and a kingdom you should not have never inherited.
Be grateful that my goddess is one of mercy, because his is not.
Why don't you just do me a favor, Drow, and shut your yappa? I have no business with you.
And at that, Meresh.
Okay, what are you gonna do?
Meresh is going to look at Velana, look at everybody else, kind of eye towards where Jarden is without giving away Jarden's position. And he's going to say, she's right. Mine isn't. And he just starts running full speed, and I have a movement of 40 feet. Full speed while raging right towards the kobold.
And I want to hit him with a guiding bolt as he's doing that.
As soon as I see him take off, I'm going to cast haste on Meresh, and I'm going to whisper to the spider.
Corton stays at the far end of the street, probably about 60 feet away from you.
I have haste though, so
his arms are crossed.
I believe I'm doubled.
Right.
Correct.
He doesn't move.
So
he doesn't move, and even as you're guiding bolt, as you
Dirty 20.
That hits.
It's going to be 40 damage.
You watch as the spear points, but he seems very unfazed as the bullets just hit him, and they kind of sink in, and he just sits there. He kind of just laughs.
Instead of hitting him, I'm gonna grab the try and grab the crown and rip it off.
You rip it off pretty easy, and Corton just he drops to his knees. Oh, you could keep that trinket. I have no need of it. And let's be honest, 1 against 5, 1 against 4, I should say, even though I know 2 of you are invisible sight, 1 is up in the wagon, and I have no clue where the other one is hiding. Let's be fair. I have no hope of surviving this. So either I'll just let you kill me now, and you can have your revenge for poor little Steve, was it?
And with that, Meresh is going to swing his flaming blade. As he swings it in the air, it catches fire. He yells out Tempest's name before he takes a strike at the head and the neck of Jordan.
You watch as your blade strikes true, and you see Corton's head just go clean off, spin up in the air, and land back down, and his whole body just kind of crumples to the ground.
I'm going to search his body.
I am going to pick up his head and look at his face and offer his head to Tempest before I drop the head on the ground.
Before the head even reaches the ground, you watch as it goes up in flames, followed by a voice that appears only in your head, Meresh. The killing of Steve has been redeemed. He has been avenged.
I'm gonna respond back to Tempest in my head, of course. Tempest.
And Velana, you investigate the body. I'll get back to you in a second.
Tempest, I need to know where this Tiamat is.
Tiamat is a dragon deity, my friend. I mean, I could give you a location, but it will take a long time before she is finally recovered.
I need to kill Tiamat. That is the reason that Steve is dead.
Maybe we can kill Lolth afterwards.
Since you offered me the death, the killer, the kobold killer, I will do what I can. But please, my friend, be patient.
And he doesn't respond.
Velana, you investigate the body. You see what would be on his typical body. Some gold. The weapons he had. Leather armor cast down to the side. Make an investigation check for me.
Oh, not good.
Guidance.
Nope. What does that add?
1d4.
That's still only a 6.
DM Sorry.
Go ahead, Jarden.
I was gonna say, can I come out from my vanishing and come help investigate now that he's dead?
Yeah, I actually have to take a bio break anyway.
Yep, go ahead. Velana, the only thing I'm going to say, the neck of Corton is steaming.
I rolled an 18.
Jarden, you go through Corton's belongings, but there's weird things in amongst that you figured Corton probably may have acquired, but you would find it strange that he keep it on his person. Like there's a totem dedicated to Tiamat on his person. the one thing you cannot find on his body is a comb, because you knew he was a lycanthrope and would comb his hair to keep his fur back. You're not finding that on him. And in fact, you look at his neck that is steaming. Something appears to be coming out of it.
I would like to investigate that as well.
Make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Dexterity saving.
Advantage or guidance.
What's guidance? That's a D4.
D4.
Sure. 18.
I'm back.
Velana, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay.
Guidance also.
I'm gonna say while
14.
I'm gonna
Plus-
say while this is happening, DM, Meresh is on his knees, and everything's just kind of hitting him. He's dropped his rage. Everything's kind of hitting him, and tears fall down his eyes and he pays them no mind.
So with guidance, it's 16.
With guidance, it is 16.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And what am I saving against? I wasn't here. Sorry.
Something's coming out of court.
Oh.
You watch as all of the sudden, where Cordon's head was, a long red snout comes almost like reaching out towards Jarden, but you see it at the last second. You kind of just delve out of the way, and it snaps in front of you. Big giant wings pop out of the back and smack you guys. Smack. And go to smack you, Velana. But even you kind of see the wings. The wings kind of gave you like a heads up, like something's happening,
Mm-hmm.
and you dodge out of the way, and then all of a sudden, Corn's hands get bigger as one, another one, another one, another one, and he just, it's huge, like 8 times the size of Corton, which would be about 5 times the size of Meresh. Standing in front of you, purely raged, is an ancient red dragon, and I need everybody to roll initiative.
Ugh.
Damn. I rolled a 29.
Nice.
Okay, let's start from 20 to 25. I know Jarden rolled a 29.
27.
DM, I rolled a 20, but for RP purposes, I would like to go last.
Okay.
I got a 12.
Okay, and then with a 27.
And last being last being completely last, like even after the creature.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second, and I will tell the order. Just let me use a bio break real quick.
And for everybody else, even while all of this is happening, Meresh is kind of zoned out, realizing all of the this loss because of him. For the first time, you see true emotion other than anger and just complete rage. You see remorse and doubts as tears stream down his face, and he's just stunned, which is why he is going last. And he only
I'm back.
he only notices the dragon from the feeling of battle, but he's still on his knees, back facing the dragon.
Okay. They so this order goes: Jarden, Lucious, Velana, the dragon, and then Meresh. And with that, Jarden, start us off.
Alright, so Jarden is gonna cast, from a bonus, gonna cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And then he'll pull his longbow, knock an arrow, and
Don't
aim.
forget, it's a fire one, so.
Yeah, he just a regular.
Well, you don't.
Yeah,
you don't know that though.
It's a red dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but unless you fought dragons, you don't know that it's a fire dragon.
I would say Jarden hasn't shown a lot of dragons.
Is it in your background that you fought dragons?
No, he hunts like magical, abysmal fiend kind of rogue face.
I mean, it's up to the DM. It's up to the DM, but you technically would not know that this is a fire dragon.
Yeah,
so I just don't want anybody to god mode this.
Well, I think the term is metagaming, but I know what you mean. No, I wasn't going to do that. So he knocks it. He pulls out an arrow from his quiver, knocks it, and he kind of snaps off a quick arrow at the creature's head. He's still trying to go for like soft, squishy spots that like the eyes and stuff, trying to impair the creature.
Okay.
So that is a 15 to hit.
Does not hit.
Okay then. I already put the Hunter's Mark on as my bonus action. Let me just check. Nope, that's it.
You watch as your arrow flies through, and it just pink bounces off the dragon's armor, and then it kind of looks at you, and then he just roars, like kind of growls. With that, if that's the end of your turn, it's Lucius is up.
All right, seeing all this just turn crazy and just utterly stupid, Lucius is going to be like, shite! And throw out two of the discs. They're going to turn into Eldritch Blast Cannons.
Yeah.
And he's going to unleash those first.
Okay. Oh, I gotta make a dexterity throw. Right.
No, not with these, because they're the Eldritch Blast. So
what do I need to? What do I need to do?
It's an attack.
It's gonna be. It's an attack with these. So I need to. Sorry, DM.
No, you're fine. I'm sorry.
DM, while he's doing that, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's up to you. Technically, if I'm raged, it says that I cannot cast spells. Are you gonna stick with that?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, the first one is going to be a 24 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
$24 points of damage.
You watch as your blast explode off of your first one explodes off the armor. Now it turns its attention towards you because unlike the other one, where it's just kind of like a fly kind of buzzing around. Now this is like something actually hurting it, and it turns its attention towards you, Lucious.
All right. Second cannon's going to go off, and that's going to be a 23 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
$16 points of damage.
Okay. Your second blast catches it right in the face. It like now really mad that you hit it, and it's fully focused on you now.
I'm kind of look at the group and go, I guess we're doing this a frickin' dragon. And I'm going to whisper to the spider and tell it to go purple, which is going to be the necrotic.
Ooh, okay. And you watch as it just like and like goes down into your pouch, comes back up with the purple stone, and it sits there perched on your shoulder there.
Natural 20.
Woohoo!
Okay, that hits. Roll for damage.
First shot is 54 points of necrotic.
Okay.
Already doubled or before doubled?
That is doubled. And then a 28 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
$27 points of damage.
Nice. I haven't seen that much damage since Meresh.
Yeah, right. He had good rolls this time, and I'm kind of looking around and going, okay, it's all you guys, and I'm gonna keep my necrotic rifle on Tiamat.
Okay. With that, Velana, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna do. Sorry if you can hear my dogs. Hang on.
Hey, that's fine.
I'm gonna bonus action spiritual weapon at 4th level.
Okay.
That's a 13 to hit.
Does not hit.
Okay. And then I'm also going to do a 4th level guiding bolt.
Okay.
25 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Hang on, the dice aren't landing in one place, they're just jumbling together. 30.
How much?
30. because I did it at 4th level.
No, I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
Yeah. And then that's all I can do because my spiritual weapon was my bonus action.
Okay. With that, you watch as your
And-
spiritual weapon, like, what shape does it take?
The spiritual weapon is always going to be that bastard sword that is the symbol of Elistray, made out of moonlight.
Okay, you watch as the weapon comes across, like it's going to hit it across the chest. What you watch is you just hear aloud, even though it's magic, you just hear aloud, ting, as it just hits the armor and just kind of seems to bounce off a little bit.
Somebody could get a singing sword.
And then you watch as your other attack comes alongside, and you hit it, and you see it stick its head up into the sky, and on its turn, it's going to cast Frightful Presence on you guys. So I need all of you to make a Wisdom saving throw, please.
24.
DM, I'd like to use Flash of Genius. So
Okay.
anyone within 30 feet of me can add 5 to their saving throw.
Okay.
In that case, I got a 29.
Okay.
In that case, you said 5?
Correct.
I got 20.
I got a dirty 25.
Okay.
Same.
Dirty 25. Okay. So Lucious, Jarden, and Velana, you notice as it rears up its head and roars, you realize it's trying to intimidate you. And you're like, oh, whatever. Like, it's hurt. It's trying to intimidate, whatever. Meresh, you take a look at it and you're like, that is a red dragon. You are now considered frightened for 1 minute.
At a fucking 20?
It was a
Jesus.
DC 21 Wisdom saving throw.
Jesus Christ.
It's a dragon, so yeah, probably scary.
And then with its attack action is going to cast Fire Breath. So I need.
Ooh, hang on, you're cut out.
Yeah, you cut out.
Oh, I just said it's going to cast Fire Breath on you guys, and I need you guys to make a Dexterity saving throws, please.
Ooh.
And guidance for everyone.
Well, in that case.
Is that out of, sorry, a D4 or D6?
D4. Dirty 20.
14?
Dirty 22 for me.
Motherfucker, I can't physically attack this thing.
That's
Fuck.
dexterity?
Fuck.
Yeah.
What?
I can't physically attack this thing. I can't run towards it.
Is there a spell that I can do on you?
Dirty 20, DM.
Anything to remove the frighten spell.
Let me look through it.
Oh no. So,
Damn.
yeah. Since you guys all failed, you guys take 108 fire damage. Since you guys failed the save, there was a DC 24 Dexterity saving throw.
All right, in that case, sorry, Meresh, I got to do a huge healing thing for everybody.
Oh no,
What was the damage we took?
By the way,
108.
For future reference, calm emotions is the only thing that works.
Okay.
You watch as the dragon rears back and just and casts this big 90-foot cone and blows it straight, encompassing you all. Just big thing of fire wrapping you all up into it.
And of course, I draw my rage.
And with that, it like looks at you guys and then kind of brings its head down and starts to kind of creep around a little bit, like looking at a weak point to maybe try and, kind of like a lion looking for a weak spot to attack. With
Velana,
that,
like, calls out, "Stay close. I can heal everybody."
Meresh, you are up.
All right, since I can't attack him, do I get to roll a? Oh, it's at the end of my turn. To drop the frightened. Okay.
Hang on. Give me 1 second. Let me take a look at what it says.
Should be at the end of my turn.
Yep, it's at the end of your turn. Yes.
Okay. So, since I can't move towards them, I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay.
Do you need a refresher what that does?
A little bit, just a reminder. I have a feeling I know what it is, but at the same time, I need a refresher.
Ward myself, so anytime it attacks, it has to make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, it has to choose a new target or lose the attacker's spell.
Okay. That makes yep, I remember now. Okay.
But it doesn't work on area effects.
Okay.
So that's that, and then for my I'm gonna go ahead and cast that. For my action, I am going to... Fuck, that's touch. I can't do that. I am going to cast... Sacred Flame. I need a Dex saving throw.
$14.
It failed. It needed a 15. So it takes... I'm just going to do it on here.
Did you get out of frightened?
No, I can still attack it.
You can still attack it.
I can't move towards it, and
Okay.
so like if it's a normal attack, I roll at disadvantage, but this is a saving throw, so I don't have to worry about that. I kind of negate it. 15 points of radiant damage.
Radiant, okay. Takes 15.
Yep, Sacred Flame. And thank God Meresh became a cleric as well. Oh, let me roll my... It's a Dex saving throw, right?
No, wisdom saving
throw. 24.
You look after you hit it with Sacred Flame, and then you kind of look at it and you're like, wait, it's just a giant lizard with wings. Why? I fought a Tarrasque before. This thing is nothing. And you shake off the Frightful Presence. You're all immune to Frightful Presence now.
Boom.
With that, we go back to, if that's all going to be your turn.
Yes, that's
Meresh,
all I can do.
Back top of the round. Jarden, you're up.
Jarden, he still got the hunter's mark. So once again, he takes he's still kind of like from the pretty bad burn he got, but he manages to pull another arrow from his quiver, and once again he just kind of tries to aim for it and just lets loose an arrow, and aiming for the head.
Okay.
What do I got? Come on, big money, big money, big money. Oh shit! That's a nat 20.
Nice. Roll for damage.
Okay, so although I'm just gonna do it on here. That's a 6, but with Hunter's Mark, I also got that. So that's a 9 and double, and that all double. Well, now would it be would the initial damage be double?
Hunter's Mark doesn't double.
Double. Okay, so that's a 12. That's a 15.
Yeah, for when it's crit, you double the original damage die, but anything extra does not double.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so that's a 15 damage.
You watch as your arrow, and you watch it as it sinks just below where, on the side of its head, where the jaw lines meet, and it catches right in the side of the jaw, and it turns towards you, Jarden. With that, it is if that's the end of your turn.
I do have a bonus mission. Do have a bonus move, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Bonus move, I vanish.
Okay.
So that way the dragon can't see me. And I kind of
Okay.
like move out of the way from where my original spot was.
Okay. With that, Lucious, you're up.
Well, hopefully we have some heals coming. So, all right. The two Eldritch Cannons. First one is a 22 to hit.
That hits the armor class. Roll for damage.
$13 points of damage on the first.
Okay.
$25 to hit on the second.
That hits. Roll for damage.
$15 points of damage.
Oh, look at that. It's my favorite number. It made my favorite number. With that, I don't know my favorite numbers. With that, you watch as your what?
69.
No. You watch as and it hits, and kind of losing sight of Jarden. It now has got a new target to focus on, and it now turns back towards you, Lucious.
I'm going to kind of wave at him and take 2 shots with the necrotic rifle.
Okay.
Looks like the first one misses with a 19.
Yep.
Second one hits with a 24.
Yep. Roll for damage.
$25.
You watch as the first shot kind of goes off, and it just sees the shot coming, and it just reaches out one of its fingers and just like, and it flicks the bullet away, and it looks like it's about to smile, or about to wave, kind of mimic your wave, and then you hit it again with the second shot, and now it's just like, and you watch as steam pours out of its nose.
And I'm just going to kind of squat down and try and get lower.
With that, Velana, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna do Mass Healing Word at 8th level.
Okay.
So it's everybody within 60 feet up to 6 creatures. So just everybody in the party.
Let's go.
And it's gonna be 64 plus 5.
Come on.
22.
I'll take it.
And then I'm gonna use my
Although that's probably about to go away.
Weapon. And it was 4th level, so it's this again. Oh wait, hang on, I gotta do this to hit first. 27 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage. What are you using? I'm just curious.
Spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Was my bonus action. It was just the one that I summoned earlier.
Yep.
And I rolled it right before I did to hit on accident, but it was a 17.
No, you're fine.
And that's all I can do till my next turn.
How much damage? 17, you said?
Yeah. I'll do another round of healing at 8th level next time.
You watch as your spiritual weapon cuts a nice deep gash into the scales. You watch as the blade this time leaves a nice moonshine cut deep within the blade or into the belly of the beast. It roars in anger before settling down on you, Meresh, and it is going to take a step forward and use its bite attack on you.
It needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Give me one. $17.
Fuck. It gets through.
You watch as the dragon looks at you and then reaches through and attempts to bite you. A 29 to hit.
That hits. How much damage?
For 30 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Plus 11 points of fire damage. And then reaches, after biting down on you, it reaches back and then goes to make a melee attack with its claws. Wisdom saving throw. That is a 21.
Fuck. Jesus. Yeah.
A 21 to hit.
That hits.
For 17 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
With that, after it bites you and slashes you, it kind of not jumps back away from you, but it kind of looks down at like what it's done, and it kind of, you see it like if a dragon could smile even with an arrow through it, it's kind of grinning at you like it did like an accomplishment deed or something like that. With that, Meresh, you're up.
Alright, so Meresh is going to smile back at the dragon as he rages.
Okay.
He is going to then pull out the greatsword, which automatically ignites into flame. And then he is going to make his first two attacks reckless.
Okay.
30 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
$18 points of slashing damage, plus, which I don't know if he's plus 9 points of fire damage.
It is immune to fire.
Okay.
You watch as your first strike, and you're like hoping that flame, but you see as the flames kind of rake across it, it doesn't seem to be hurting it. It seems to be more like mad that you hit it with the sword than you are the fact that it burned it.
Okay. Next attack.
Okay.
Is 21 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay. I'm gonna take 2 more attacks.
Okay.
26 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
That is 16 points of slashing damage. And I won't even do the bonus. And the next one. Natural 20.
There you go.
Which of course would be 31 to hit.
Right.
So 30 points of slashing damage.
30. 3-0.
3-0.
Is that doubled already?
That's doubled, yeah. I did 15 normally. Because the nice thing about a level 19 barbarian is when you rage, you get a +4 to damage. On top of the +5 I get for my weapon.
Oh, shit.
With that, and you watch as the dragon, as it roars in pain, Meresh, you feel drip, 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 as you feel blood splatter onto your shoulders as the wounds you're making, it's bleeding. Small, but not like pouring out, but blood dripping down on your shoulders.
I'm going to DM you something really quick.
Okay.
While you continue. I'm done.
With that, Jarden, you're top of the order. You're up.
All right, so Jarden, making himself invisible. He's visible. He's going to use his Dread Ambusher. So with that, now normally if we're not doing it, it says if you take attack action on that turn, you can make one additional weapon attack as part of the action, dealing an extra 1d8 damage of the weapon's damage on the type of hit. So Jarden is going to appear very suddenly. He's going to in a quick succession, he's going to actually let loose two arrows from his longbow, just like knock back, and he's kind of aiming at the same area that Meresh just started hacking away with, where he can kind of see bleed, any kind of like very noticeable wounds. So I'll roll twice for hits, since that's technically two attacks.
Okay.
That is a 23 to hit for the first one.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Hold on. I'm gonna just do if it's okay, DM, can I do the action roll for both of them and then do damage?
That's fine.
But nat 20 again. Yes.
Okay. So for the first set of damage, roll, and then the second damage, roll for damage, and then double it.
Okay. So first one, it's a 1d8. That's a 3 damage for the first one. That's just a regular 1d8, no modifiers, since that's part of the initial one. And the next one is my 1d8 plus 5, but whatever, 1d8. So that's a 6, so that's a 12 plus 5 to 17. So 18 damage total.
You said 18 damage total between the two attacks?
Yes, between the two attacks, because the first one was just, no, wait, what did I roll for the first attack?
It was 3, and then...
3, So it would be
20.
yeah. Okay, that sounds yeah.
You
Okay.
crit on one of them.
At the end of your turn, Jarden, you watch as all of a sudden, after it gets sliced open, you watch as the dragon's going to use one of its legendary actions and tail attack you. As you see its giant tail come flying towards you.
Dexterity saving throw.
No, it's just a straight up attack.
Oh, okay.
$30 to hit. 30 to hit.
Yes. I was just seeing if there's any way I could try and get out of there.
And you take 23 points of bludgeoning damage.
A quick question, DM. You said 23 damage.
Yes.
In my thing, it says I have shadowy dodge. It says whenever a creature makes an attack roll against you and doesn't have advantage on the roll, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on it. Obviously, it doesn't apply now because I just did it, but you said you use a legendary attack. Does that trump everything? Because I heard somewhere legendary attacks pretty much
No.
trump
So
reaction.
a legendary action, because these actions I can take. So what legendary actions allows me to do is I can take these actions anytime anytime I want. It doesn't have to be on my turn to take these actions. But they're just basic attacks. There's nothing special about them. They just what they legendary actions grant me is the ability to like for example, I used a tail attack on your turn instead of waiting for my turn to hit you with that.
Okay.
So what that's all the legendary actions does for me.
Okay.
And I can only use one legendary action on. So I can't use any more of the legendary actions on you at the end of your turn. I can't. I can't do anything.
DM,
Okay.
can I use a reaction?
Yes.
All right. I am. It's not much. What was your attack? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Your attack roll still. Your attack roll was what?
You watch as the tail just all of a sudden comes out and poof, it hits you like right on the middle of your back, causing you to arc kind of back in shock as you see this tail kind of just hit you straight in the back. With that, Lucious, you are up.
Okay, so the cannons are going to do their thing.
Okay.
On the first one is a natural 20.
Nice. Roll for damage.
God. I need health.
I think we could all use some health.
Jesus Christ.
18 times 2, 36.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. All right.
Second cannon is 23 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
$15 points of damage.
With that, you watch as your cannons, and it seems to kind of like rock a bit, splashing some of its blood from the wound Meresh gave it back onto Meresh, and then it hits and you hit it again with the cannon. This time, more blood seems to be trickling out of its legs and underbelly a little bit, tripping it onto the ground beneath it.
Okay. And am I within 30 feet of everybody?
Yes, I would say you're within 30 feet of everybody, and yeah, about 30 feet within the dragon.
Okay, I'll do a mass cure wounds. 10. 15 points restored to everybody.
I'm sorry, how many?
15.
15.
With that,
Thank you.
we go to Velana. You're up.
Okay, I'm gonna do mass healing word again at 8th level.
Okay.
So that's an extra 18 healing.
Okay.
How much?
18.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna bonus action let my spiritual weapon attack again.
Okay.
19 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay.
You watch as your weapon smack once again on the underside of the belly. The dragon, seeing it something hit its chest and then look back towards you, and it swings its tail towards you. Using another legendary action.
At me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Warding Flare to give it disadvantage. It says when you're attacked by a creature... Oh, is he within 30 feet of me?
Yes.
Okay. You can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. You can use this feature 5 times per long rest. So he has disadvantage.
24 to hit, and that's with
hits.
disadvantage.
Oh wait, I didn't do the heal on myself. Let me do that really quick.
For 16 points of bludgeoning damage. You watch as the dragon, after seeing the spiritual weapon hit it, it looks back towards you and it swings its tail after catching Jarden in the back. It swings towards you, and it hits you straight in the armor enough to kind of send you like sliding back a little bit, not terribly far, but enough to, well, this guy's got some major reach on him. With that, it is the dragon's turn. It turns towards Jarden, and it's going to make a bite attack against it.
Wait, didn't I vanish?
You didn't tell me that you vanished.
Okay, then I didn't.
That is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
For 14 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Plus 16 points of fire damage. And then after biting, it's going to rear back with one of its claws and swipe at you, Jarden. 32 to hit.
That hits.
For 17 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then as it finishes slashing Jarden, it looks back towards Meresh or looks back at Jarden and then kind of seeing if it's down, puts its paw back down and kind of crouches low again. Not enough for the head to be like grappled or anything like that, but it's down lower a little bit. With that, say this with fear. Meresh, you're up.
All right. So, as a bonus action, I did DM you, by the way.
I got.
Okay. As a bonus action, you see the sword that's normally flame. It kind of gets this like purple like radiance around it as he kind of spins it and goes to take his 4 attacks. Reckless, of course. $26 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Alright, so that that is 14 points of slashing damage plus 2 points of psychic damage, and I need it to make a wisdom saving throw.
It's going to use one of its legendary resistances, and it succeeds.
Motherfucker. Okay, well, let's go again.
Okay.
Natural 20!
Yeah.
Okay, roll for damage.
40 points of damage. Of slashing damage. 40.
Okay.
And then 6 points of psychic, and it needs to make another wisdom saving throw.
Natural 20.
Motherfucker. Let's go again.
Okay.
30 to hit.
That hits.
14 points of slashing damage. 5 points of psychic. Another wisdom saving throw.
It is going to use another legendary resistance, and it succeeds.
Last one.
Okay.
Natural 20.
You gotta be kidding
There
me.
you go.
Stupid fucker.
Grog dice. It's the
I
grog
know.
dice.
It's just I'm having flashback. I'm
You're
watching.
welcome.
I feel like I'm Matt Mercer watching Travis roll 2 natural 20s in the hunt for Grog.
That's the best money I ever spent on him right there.
38 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Plus 1 point of psychic damage, plus another wisdom saving throw. I'll make you blaze all these legendary actions.
I'm not gonna make a wisdom saving throw. Because how do you want to do it?
So,
Hell yes.
you guys notice something different, as what you guys probably would have suspected Meresh being a cleric before when he did some of the healing stuff. You see this radiant, like, purple glow on the sword, and for those of you that have ever been around one, you would see it is the glow of a paladin's wrathful smite. As the sword comes down and he just starts making reckless attacks with this blade that has wrathful smite on it, dealing extra psychic damage as he slices, and he's just slashing right into the neck of the dragon before he takes his last spin and clean through, as the entire neck and head just slump to the ground, and he spins his blade and stabs it into the neck and into the ground.
You watch as it gives out a gurgling, and it just kind of lays on the ground, twitching, as the muscles are trying to get up with the fact that it's now dead. Meresh stands above it, and Meresh, you can hear something muttering from its breath. If anyone understands Draconic, you can understand what it's saying.
I don't.
Nope. I don't think anybody here speaks Draconic.
Okay.
Wait, Draconic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I only speak Common, Deep Speech, Orc, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Yeah.
Is this place safe now again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I'm gonna take 10 minutes to prayer healing.
you watch as the dragon just kind of gives out a final word before it mysteriously disappears in a dust, flame, smoke as it dissipates, fades off into the sky, and then standing above, or standing at the far end of the hallway, or at the end of this, not hallway, but courtyard, a young woman starts kind of twitching a little bit, mutters or says to the group as a whole, you have defeated my champion, I see, as it twitches for a minute or two. You interrupted my plans, it says, to you guys as a whole.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, don't you know me from my champion, Meresh? Lowly king, even if you claim that title. For I am the goddess Tiamat. You know me. Or have heard of me from my champion, I should say.
Why don't you bring yourself down here so I can just fucking kill you.
Oh, let's not ruin the fun here, Meresh. I have a plan. You just put a small little stopper in it. But like a bowl with many holes in it, you may have only plugged one, but my plan will still succeed.
At the
Soon.
end, you'll be full of holes.
And she points to you, like the woman kind of raises up a hand, shakes it, points it to you, Velana, and says, soon, communing with your little goddess won't be possible. Communing with your god, Meresh, soon will be possible. All the gods will either serve me or they will be destroyed. And you can't do anything to stop me. So, either A, you can do one of two things. You can go back to your kingdom, live out the rest of your lives in peace and harmony, and I'll take this land, Fardassa, the continent. I'll take all of it under my rule. You'll still get your tribute or whatever you want to call it, but I rule here. My word is law, not you.
Never.
Or you could interrupt my plans or keep it up with it as much as possible. Interfere and continue to plug holes. But I'm just letting you know, for every hole you attempt to plug up, another one will become unleashed. So choose wisely, Meresh. I will grant you this one time to travel back to your home. And then the next time we meet me back at Orkan, where all meetings take place. You and your Rapscallion clan here. Meet me back here, where we may talk over ale. But know this, you must choose wisely, for there's only one right answer out of this. Farewell. And you watch as the woman kind of shakes her head and kind of, oh, what's going on? Who are you guys? Why am I here?
I want to walk away from everybody else and kind of go into a corner, and I want to spend a minute to commune with Tempest really quick.
Sure.
He kneels down and he calls upon Tempest. You see him take his blade out and lay it down. Tempest, can you hear me?
After a minute, the flames flicker. And then a voice. Meresh, is that you, my old friend?
Yes. We're visited by Tiamat, and she told me what her plans are.
Her plans are very valid. With the power of the Harbinger, she now controls all gods. The Harbinger had the power to keep peace throughout all of Fardassa. Taken elsewhere, it had the power to keep peace. And all must follow the ruling it establishes. With her fully gaining the powers of the Harbinger, she now has the power over all of us. I'm going to try and fight her for however long I can. But know this, Meresh. You still have a seat at my right-hand side. But it might be a while before I can commune with you.
I not also brought peace to the lands?
You are speaking of a temporary peace, but war always rises up. For I know this. For I know this. You brought peace for a short time in your eye. What would be a long time in your eyes? It's only the short times in a god's eyes. You have kept the peace.
I think I can help. And he begins to take off his armor. He looks back over his shoulder to the rest of his people, a tear falling down his eye as he looks back to the sword, looks up. I think in order for you and the others to win against Tiamat, a sacrifice must be made.
A sacrifice on this earth, yes. But I have control over your spirit. That is something that she cannot take away from me.
And
if you sacrifice yourself, your spirit will be aligned with mine. And together we might stand a chance against Tiamat.
And with that, are the rest of you paying attention to where he went?
Velana's praying to her own goddess right now.
Okay, I'll get to you in a second, Velana.
Yeah.
I always keep an eye on you.
With that, you guys see Meresh pick up his blade, spins it around towards him. For the good of Fardassa and for Tempest, and drives the blade into his chest.
You watch as the blade goes through him, Meresh, your body, in a flame of fire, disappears. Your sword, clink, tink, 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 on the ground. Your armor, tink, 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 whatever pieces you had. The great axe falls to the ground. Your body disappears. Velana. You're up.
All right. So she crouches down and channels her goddess. Tells her everything that's going on. I'm sure she already knows, but she feels like she has to. Tiamat is coming. You need to be careful and tell me how I can help you.
After a minute and a half, you hear a voice. Oh, Velana, my dear child. My dear, precious child. The best way to help me in this time. I do not have that answer for you. Maybe just maybe, if you send word of what I've done here today, standing up against the great tyrant Tiamat, maybe you have a shot at defeating her.
Fight her as long as you can.
I will do so. But know this. And you feel your holy symbol. I'm not sure if it was an amulet or a necklace. It glows. And when you touch it, you can hear her thoughts, voices, her struggles. You can feel everything, like her presence, as soon as you touch it. I will never leave you. As her voice fades like the wind, blowing it out.
I think she just stands there shaking for a little bit.
With that, Jarden, Lucious, Velana, you guys take your time. It's fully what happened here. Meresh is gone.
Yeah, Velana has no clue either.
Your king is gone. Corton, your faithful blood hunter kobold, is dead. You guys are just been challenged by Tiamat herself, that she's battling gods in the other realm. You guys head back to the kingdom after a short while, taking Meresh's few remaining possessions that he had. Whereupon, you hear whispers shortly, probably within 6 months after Meresh's disappearance and Velana. Every few often you clutch that holy symbol to see how she's doing, and your goddess is. It seems like every time you get a hold of her, it seems to be becoming weaker and weaker. Lucious and Jarden, you guys, together with Kali, kind of form a three-way pact as far as ruling over the kingdom. But ultimately, it's going to have to come down to somebody having to take the throne between the three of you, until you guys find a way to get Meresh back. When you guys hear whispers of a sorceress that can transport you to the elemental plane where the gods reside,
Ooh.
whereupon then you guys might be able to fight Tiamat, bring back Meresh's shoal, and save the gods and goddesses from Tiamat's wrath. And for that, guys, we're going to end tonight's one shot. Thank you guys for playing. Hopefully you guys had fun. I know I did.
I did.
Hopefully it wasn't just a super bad letdown of not finding enough bad guys. But I went kind of a more of a narrative approach this time.
Freaking awesome, dude.
Jarden's more of like he think of like Dean Winchester, but as a bunny. That is Jarden, kind of Jarden.
Yeah.
And so Dean can kill goblins. Not goblins. He can kill like creepy little creatures that prey on people in like forests and farms and caves and stuff. But like, you don't expect Dean Winchester and Supernatural to go kill a dragon, because that's just not what he's going to do.
He did kill a dragon, but
well, you know what I mean, like an actual big giant fire breathing one from Fantasy World, not those dragons that are.
He's the only. And I love when Sam sees the Eye of the Tiger in an episode. That was awesome.
So that was a little different from Jarden. So he was probably like, I don't know, I know what to do, but I don't know what to do at the same time.
That was the roughest thing I had to do.
I was about to
Sorry,
say.
I'm sorry, Joel.
That was
Is
rough.
Meresh gone, like permanent gone?
We'll
And we'll
He's
see.
see,
with
I
his
guess.
god.
We'll see.
We'll
But
see.
that wasn't easy.
I know. I'm sorry. I could see it when you were thinking. I was like, if you go down this road, like, I mean, he's not going to turn down help, but at the same time, like, I know what Meresh means to you.
This is what Meresh would have done, though.
Yeah.
He would have sacrificed himself for everybody else.
Yep.
As dumb as he is.
I am glad though, DM, that you did not try and call Jarden, like, Jarden, speak to your god, because Jarden doesn't really. I don't even think Herringons have gods because they're
Well,
they're from the
the thing
Fays, so
is,
no.
the thing is Lucious and Jarden and Callie have Callie. If Callie was here, Callie would have, like, the stick that Callie has. Callie would have been talking to all the gods, and they all would have been saying the same thing. But since Jarden and Lucius, you guys have never expressed to me any gods that you guys worshipped, I wasn't gonna be like, guys, commune with your gods, because you guys haven't told me who you guys worship, so I wasn't gonna include you guys in on that.
Jarden
Whereas
doesn't.
Velana and Meresh have come and talked to me about that, so I wasn't gonna just force that on you guys. So,
Oh no, I figured, because if you did, if I know you wouldn't force it, but if you had said that, I would have been like, Jarden doesn't necessarily believe in gods as deities. He knows that there are higher powers than him. He just hates them all. And probably if one of those higher powers came to him, like, I'm dying, he'd been like, oh well, you probably deserved it, and walked away.
all right, with that, guys, that concludes tonight's episode of the Dungeons and Magi. What will our friends do now that their king is gone and the gods are at battle with Tiamat? We'll have to catch you guys maybe next time on another episode of the Dungeons and Magi. And is it Sunday yet?